Happy New Year, everyone! Welcome to today's live stream, first one of 2026. We are back, and yeah, new game today. Timmy is here, of course, wearing his nice little shirt here. Yeah, see, yeah. Let's see if we can get it. The life short, lag more. It's a life lesson from Timmy. And he's been patient so he can have his little snack stick there. So welcome, Jason and Jenny. So you're already on. And are we trying to guess what game it is we're doing today? No, we are not doing Star Rupture. I figured people would be thinking like, oh, did he get it in advance? No, unfortunately, I did not get offered a advanced key or free key, anything like that. And even if I was, I'm pretty sure they would have like an embargo on it, because generally with that they have like an embargo where no, you cannot produce any content prior to this date, which is usually right around the release date or just before. So yeah, it's not Star Rupture. I would appreciate a free key, but I'm more likely gonna buying it just like everybody else on Tuesday when it releases on the 6th. So no, it's not Star Rupture. We'll bring up, like, there were certain ones I was looking at. So I'll actually switch over here and show you. So one of the ones I was looking at was this one, Skyformer. It's 25% off, only $13.49 US right now. It's an interesting one. It's automated system that terraforms a planet. Sounds familiar. With an army of drones. And where this is a little different from Planet Crafter in that it's more about the automation. The drones aren't just for transporting, but actually doing automation. You've got this like fancier building kind of aspects, rockets. It's very similar, but overall the graphics is one of those where it's just I don't like the lower texture detail. It's not even like as good as Minecraft in certain aspects, if you ask me, on terms of like how the terrain and everything looks. So it's one of those, while it looks potentially promising, there's good reviews, but not a lot of reviews because it is still early access, just came out. But I decided I wanted something a little bit different, so we didn't get that one. And then another one I was looking at was this one, Space Trash Scavenger, because it again is that kind of childish visual look to it. In a way, it looks like it's meant for a much younger audience. It just looks a little cartoonish for me. But you're going around collecting junk from space, mining asteroids, you build a rig, it funnels stuff in. It made me think a lot of like early versions of Raft, where it wasn't about exploring the islands as much as it was just you're building your raft, collecting junk as it went by. And this is kind of like that. You're moving around building this rig and, collecting space trash, mining. There are enemies you see like happening right there. But the main thing is it's not early access. It is 50% off if you feel like checking it out, but it's not early access. It is marked complete. It came out 2 years ago, and for a released game, that's not a lot of reviews. Now, they are good reviews, 84% positive, but it's not a very significant number of reviews. And I don't want to show too many, but if you look at some of the recent ones, the sentiment is the game left early access without being completed. It doesn't have enough content. It gets boring pretty quickly. So I decided not to go with that game. So for that reason, they gave 2 streamers a key already. I'm not one of those streamers, unfortunately. And I did check right before this. I checked my email to see if I had any missed emails for game keys. And no, looking again now, no. I literally have like filters set to alert if it shows like free key or anything like that in the email. So no, I didn't get a key for Star Rupture, and even if I did, I would still be wanting to do it for game videos rather than live streams, because I feel like it could be good for both, but I was like, I'm going into it fresh. If I do it for live streams, what do I do for the videos right now? And I'm sure I there's some other things I need to probably redo and, you know, or update and add some stuff as far as Planet Crafter. But I was like, you know, the how-to videos are very time consuming and compared to just doing the Let's Play. But what I got, we'll just dive in here, is Eden Crafters. Yes, we have played this one before when it was a demo. And it's another one that's very much like Planet Crafter. Hence why I said this is not Planet Crafter. This is that one I played that during the demo, it got to a point where there was a massive wave, a tsunami that hit, and kind of that was the end of the demo. It's supposed to wipe everything out. Even though it didn't really do that. But you see, we've got some interesting features now. One of the things is it's about more factory style automation. You see, we got a vehicle, a drivable one. There's one that's actually landscaping. Conveyor system used rather than just drones. Here's, okay, apparently we just seeded a bunch of trees everywhere. But also, notice we've got a vehicle, a flying vehicle we can use. And that's one of the neat things about this is like some of the buildings are much more, much larger than Planet Crafter stuff. You see how some of these are towering. But also, it's still early access, so we're still getting development updates. It is from 2 years ago as of, you know, going into early access. So it's been a while since I played this. It's also 35% off. You get it for $13 US right now, and it is bundled with quite a few things. Astra Colony, Kanga, Occupy Mars. There's others. Also, Astromedica, I think, is another one that's got it. It's not showing for me because now I have both of the games, but there's a bundle for that. So quite a few. And it is more of a factory style automation for it, which is kind of the thing that was interesting to me, is it'll be a little bit different from the way Planet Crafter does it, because it's drones and wireless auto crafters, and this is more of a factory management. Another thing is, you see here early in December they released another update with a new planet, and that is planet number 5. So even now, early access, it's got 5 planets to do stuff on. So hopefully this should be a pretty interesting little adventure. We'll see some of the differences between this and Planet Crafter. Again, conveyor belt storage and such, but you also see it's much more of like Satisfactory, where we got, here's a building that's got multiple inputs or outputs kind of thing. And we have different vehicles, a flying vehicle, I like the idea of the ship, a train system for transporting. So it's kind of, I'm sure it may not be quite as complex as Satisfactory in terms of the number of items per second and per minute and so on, but it is one of these that it's similar to Planet Crafter and similar to Satisfactory, like kind of pieces from both worlds. Also, if you notice right here in this corner, the whole terraforming, not just turning the planet green and livable, but we actually get to landscape. And you see here we got a shelf of just flat dirt that's been left hanging, so we can actually modify the terrain in the game. That's another kind of interesting aspect of it. But I remember this one before, we didn't get to fly the ship around really, and we didn't get to do too much in the demo when I played it in the past. But yeah, and also it's not just there's meteor storms. Like you see there's a little meteor thing there, and it looks like some floating you know, rocks, mountains there, like Avatar style setup. Nice big, almost looks like a city, but it's just a big factory type thing. But we also have, again, there's a big wave that hits. There's more environmental dangers in this one than we had in Planet Crafter. So that's what we're going into today. And, you know, again, Alchemy Factory, I hadn't seen that one. I'm going to look that one up real quick before we get started. How about that? I'll look up Alchemy, and that's the first one that shows up. Oh, yeah, very, very factory style. Alchemy shop. And, you know, that makes me think kind of like... there's one I played years ago on Itch.io, which is where Raft started, and I originally played it. There's one game I played that was like you ran your own blacksmithing shop. You'd make like armor, weapons, but what it is, you started out, you had to like, you would basically, somebody come in, you take an order, you make something, you'd have to go smelt the ore into the bars, and you basically had to kind of balance the shopkeeping part of it with, as they later on added, go out and actually explore, go cave, you know, dungeon crawling kind of thing, and actually mine stuff. Or you can focus on just like going and say, I'm gonna buy the ore kind of thing. But that makes me think of kind of that, like you're doing the shopkeeping part, but you're also focusing on the factory style management to automate it. And good afternoon, Felonius. I'll go ahead and get this pulled up. We're gonna jump in. Jimmy is like, I'm gonna say, here you go. Look, take a bite at that. All right, let's get going with Eden Crafters. And give it a second. Thinking about it. Very slowly thinking about it. I don't know why it is with this. Some reason, hang on. I had to do this earlier when I was testing this. That it picks up, but then I have to turn off and turn the capture back on for it to actually play it for some reason on this. I don't know why. I have to go in and literally, like, it's there, it's picking up, but it's like it doesn't show it in OBS till I turn it off and turn it back on, which I don't have to do with any other game. Land, Spicy Land, there we go. Sure. And we're doing normal, so we got hardcore, creative, and relax. We're gonna go normal because we gotta see. Relax, I'm assuming, just gets rid of the dangers, but you still have the standard, like, I guess, food and water, oxygen part of it, maybe. And then, of course, you know, you have to worry about producing energy and such. Then creative, you just build whatever you want. Okay, and very, hang on, I'm gonna have to fix that. That is very, low sensitivity. That's like, that's still not good. That's like, okay, that's almost there. I feel like 100 is about where it should be. Maybe when I played this before, it was like just way too sensitive, and now it's not. Spaceship. Okay, we got that. We'll just go over here, grab some iron ore. Again, another one of those, hey, here's a game, it's doing well. Somebody comes up with an idea, says, I can do it, but we're going to do this in the game. So it's a knock on Planet Crafters. You know, it's Eden Crafters, but obviously they copied some aspects of Planet Crafter. Of course, you also say Planet Crafter copied some aspects of Subnautica. It just goes on and on. Somebody comes up, like, there's so many games now that I see that is like, here's the character, and they're either holding a gun like this, the multi-tool like this, or they have one that looks like a Portal kind of gun from the game Portal. To me, I always think of like the one in Subnautica that was the mover tool, the one that you could pick up and send stuff. you know, like send it flying, pick it up and move it. It's that kind of visual. You see so many games that are using the same basic gun design. Like, hey, let's just take that design from this game and then we'll just throw it in here and do a slight redesign, and that's all we gotta do. We're good. Oh, got hit with 70 centimeters of snow in 2 days. Yeah, there's let's see, California got hit with a ton of rain. I think I saw earlier is like 8,000% of normal for December in California right now. And then you got somewhere, I remember seeing a thing about it went from 80 degrees Fahrenheit to 40 degrees Fahrenheit in 10 minutes. That's how quick it dropped in temperature. And there was some place that was, you know, it was like 78 degrees Fahrenheit at 2 p.m. And by 2 a.m. it was down to 30 degrees and snow falling. And somewhere got like 6+ feet of snow. Maybe that's you that you're talking about there, Jason. But I know somewhere in the U.S. got hit like 6 feet of snow in like a day. Iron deposit. All right, let's see. Okay, it's time to actually do some crafting. So we can get that. Yes. Rock. So it's interesting. The gun uses energy, but also me running uses the same energy. So it's energy, not stamina. Really. It's a rock deposit. I would assume at some point it might break, but maybe it doesn't. Since it's a deposit. There's a lot of rock deposits, though. Okay. Let's see. Not gonna... You know, no energy, so I can't do anything. We're gonna do... Okay. Oh, transfer them to my inventory. All right, well. There. Okay. There we go. Okay. Or can I, there we go. Yes. Okay. So, even though tab for inventory, if I tab, it doesn't show my inventory here. But if I hit Q, it takes me to the build menu. So, we, press V to deploy your drone. Use for mining or building in hard to reach areas. Okay. Crafting guide. I've got rock and that's the guide. First step. Okay. Deploy the drone. That's all it's telling me. All right. Let's, you know what? I'm just going to go ahead and let's get a base compartment. Yes. All right, fine. I got to deploy the drone. Yay! I got a drone. Okay. There we go. Now. Forcing me to use that stupid drone. Okay, I want to build a living compartment. Oh, we gotta go bigger. Oh, not enough cement. Well, all right, fine. As long as I got oxygen, yes. Okay. And the kitchen, I remember this now. You snap it straight to the wall. Workbench, I think, is a little bit more critical at the moment. Is that cement? There we go. Okay. Let's go with that. That at least gives me a little bit of room, a little wiggle space. Let's see, we've got door, kitchen, and electric panel. Probably need to have an electric panel somewhere, but I am missing cable and cement again. All right, cable, copper, Timmins, Ontario. I'm gonna take your word for that one. Yeah, I can't remember where it was, but I did see where some place literally dropped 40 degrees Fahrenheit in 10 minutes from just how the cold front coming in. Like, that's crazy, you know? That's like, man, like 78 degrees, you're out there, you're fine. Like, I could throw on some shorts, and 10 minutes later, you're like, it's gotten down almost to freezing now. Like, yeah, that's the spot that I'm like, yeah, I don't want to do that. I don't want that kind of occurrence around me. All right, power panel. Let's put it there. Okay. All right. Oh. Well, I messed that one up. Okay, I did not get that to snap. Somehow, or I accidentally placed one there. That feels like I did get the full amount. Oh, there we go. Build menu. Where do I deconstruct? Oh, that. Does it? Okay, so that took out my... What? Huh? Why do I gotta have an extra door there? That don't make sense. Why does it gotta have a door there, huh? Okay. Just to see the snow. I will a few minutes. I want to get to a good pause point right now. What? Okay, I did not tell you to put a door there. Is it just the fact that some reason if I turn it a certain way, it does the door automatically? Maybe that's what happened. It's like, okay, so because it's just a regular compartment. Okay. It's just that. I'm not rotating it. And it doesn't indicate there's a door that's going to be there. Could it not just like show me that? That is kind of something I feel like should have already been fixed there. If it's gonna automatically craft a door, and see, this time it didn't craft the door. I did not visibly see it turn. Okay, there I can see a door. That, like, show the ramp coming out. How about that? That would make it so much easier than just maybe there's a door frame showing there. I guess I get stuck with that for support. Okay. I guess, you know, it's understandable. You gotta have some support. Yeah, okay, we're gonna fix that. So I don't want that extra door. Oh, no. I saw the door on the back, like facing that direction, and I placed it so I wouldn't have that happen. Okay, that, yes. I gotta make sure I'm on the right spot so it doesn't go where I don't want it to go. There. Okay, now I gotta put the power panel back. And apparently I used up I lost a cable with something. I mean, I don't see that power panel anywhere. All right, just go right there. And I see it already. We're going to throw that. I can get me a... Oh, I guess my help. I'll go get some iron. High temperatures. Oh, that's great. Is that... That's just there. Okay. Oh. More powerful tool. Great. All right. Oh, oh, there it goes again. That does not look safe, so I don't think I want to jump in there. Use up some energy. Draconic Warrior, this is not AI Planet Crafter. They came out with this. This has been in early access for like 2 years. Oh, I got a miner. I can go ahead and build that. That works. That's what I need to do. I need to build it over here, so at least this will, Oh, now I get to see a grid. See if I line it up. There we go. Apparently, power is not an issue for it right now. There we go. All right, I'll let that go for a minute. Gives me at least something to work with. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I need to build. Well, I don't need to, but it's it's something I can build. All right, 3 more. At some point, I will not try to use the left click to interact with that. Okay, it only holds 20. So that's 30 per minute, but it only holds 20 right now. So I only get a full minute of time. Where's the plant grower? There we go. Fine. I need a plant grower. I'm gonna throw it over here. Producing organic. Okay, that at least gives me something. What is that? Food bots. All right. I'm not quite to below 50% health, so we'll let that go. There we go. All right. Now, power. I'm actually going to use wind turbines that look like they can do something. Okay. Let's see. You got solar panel now. Iron beam, cobalt ore, exterior lamp. Not worried about the lamp. What else we got? Window. Yeah. Kitchen. Work in progress. Okay. Assembling bench. That. Okay. Gear. I need to make a gear. Iron rods. All right. We need to get some iron again. At least that should hopefully give me some power. So I'm not running out of power. At least for the base. Yeah, again, 30 per minute. And it only holds 20 at a time, so. Oxygen. Health. A bunch of rock. Osmium ore. Hey. Cobalt. Yeah. You know. Everything else is common except for the osmium. Osmium is the one that special. Okay. And this is the same as the demo. I do remember this area from the demo when I played it probably 2 years ago. Okay. What was it? I need 2 iron plates, 2 gear, and 2 cable. Okay. Go get those. Okay. And then 6 of these. All right. Automator. Put it there. Okay, assembling bench. For fancier parts. Battery cell, okay. Just more crafting components. Osmium drill. All right, obviously I'm gonna need that for something. And we got some upgrades. Quartz and copper plate. I have some copper. I had copper. I don't have much now. There. Okay, I'll go grab this. I got health damage the last time I went walking up this way. Yep, high temperatures. But there's a quartz thing. Cobalt. Running back. I guess I've got to upgrade my temperature resistance fairly quickly on this. What's it? There's a terraformation water purifier. There we go. And automation. Yes, this is again where it differs from Planet Crafter. We're not just doing, oh hey, here's some drones. Here's, you know, we actually do conveyor belts and such. You know what? Probably want to check this thing because we're producing a lot of organics. That, and I need some storage. 18 slots, 9 slots. That's skinnier. Okay. Wait. How much was it? 6 iron plate, 2 rods. Okay. There we go. And now 1 locker for storage. That's the power wall, so I probably don't need to put it there. I can't wedge in there. It's kind of interesting that the design is like, oh yeah, I can go up here, but I guess that's where the window goes, maybe? Can go. Cobalt, copper, sulfur, osmium, rock, yeah, organic. Tree greenhouse. Not exactly where I produced that, but let's see. Oh, we do get blocks, so we do get block style building. I don't remember that from the original demo. So this, I need to, all right, so this miner does not require power, but this is power usage of 3 megawatts. That's 7 megawatts, apparently consistent, so we're not worried about variability in the wind here. And I hear sound picking up. No? There's a little bit of wind sound. All right, so solar power varies, but the wind power does not. And I'm about to get that replaced very quickly if I can. Actually, I'm gonna go this way first. I had a good Christmas. You know, at this point, it's just me and my mother. The closest cousins, well, baby cousin came to visit my mom one day. Brought her some food from their Christmas dinner. I didn't get to see her yet, but I'll see her when we go. We gotta go to one of my mother's doctor appointments soon, and it's over there near where my cousin's going to school, so we're gonna see her in a couple weeks. As far as New Year's, I just went and hung out with friends that were performing, and got to hang out with other friends who were there to watch the performance. Nothing crazy, but that, you know, that's good. Better than being like I ended up in jail kind of thing. Timmy didn't like New Year's. Too many fireworks going off. He doesn't like fireworks. Just like he doesn't like thunder. He doesn't like fireworks. And there are people who decided, hey, you know, we're going to launch fireworks not just one day, but the day before, for 3 days after, so on and so on, you know. Organic. Okay. Organic. I can do a smaller food thing. There we go. Okay. Get some more iron. And go find a copper spot. So there's that iron. There's another iron over there. This one's actually close enough for the moment. But I feel like I remember setting up basically as like you do in Satisfactory. You set up kind of like a small production pod at each spot. And then later on you build it out to expand where things interconnect. Timmy, we don't have a downstairs to keep him in. So it's a case of he basically crammed himself by my feet under the desk. Because that feels safe since he's got something over his head. And then, of course, he hid under the couch when I was in the other room. So what's sad, really, is the fact that in this city, it's technically against local law to actually shoot fireworks within city limits, but people do it anyway because it's not readily enforced. And when I was actually going out New Year's Eve, I was driving down the highway and somebody was being an idiot and shooting fireworks over the highway, and my car got hit. And I really was like, I don't want to give somebody a bad New Year's Eve, but I was really tempted to go and call the police on that. It's like, they're shooting at the highway. You know, that's not acceptable right there. You need to take care of that. All right, I need some more copper. I want to take that too. So I need to go find some of that. I feel like there was a cave somewhere right up here too, from in the demo. Oh no, it was, fortunately there was no damage to my car. If there had been, I would have been, calling the police. And I've been taking them right over there to, here's the people that have been shooting fireworks over the highway. And I would say that here's visible damage to my car. So I want charges filed. I would have upset somebody for their New Year's Eve. They would have ended up having charges filed against them. But yeah, I mean, don't be stupid. Don't be sitting there shooting your fireworks out at the road. You know, that's your own stupidity right there. Okay. Got some more copper. That balances out nicely. All right. There's 3 plates for that. Not for that. Oh, is that I needed the plates for or something? Oh yeah, that's the assembly bench. There. Extra O2 tank. Let me just make sure. Okay, so 1 copper plate and silica, which I have not made yet, but I got some quartz, so I'm sure I can do that. And then 3 battery cells, cobalt ore and sulfur ore. I just got some sulfur. All right, this is what I can make right now. Some more oxygen. This probably didn't have a like click to automatically apply it. Oh. Okay. And it looks like, yes, finally nighttime. Yeah, fortunately, I think they've finished, like they did some fireworks nearby early last night and then kind of stopped. So I'm hoping that they finally are like, it's out of their system, or that, you know, they've burned through all the fireworks they bought at discount after New Year's. So I don't have to worry about it. But yeah, if they start doing fireworks again tonight, I'm probably going to call and say, look, this is going too far. You know, they were shooting the night before, night of, and the night after, shooting again the night after. You know, tonight is enough. My dog's having a panic attack from this kind of thing. Besides, again, the fact that it's against the law to shoot within city limits. And if I can hear them here, they're in city limits. Oh, there's a cave. I see it. I have some quartz. We'll just do this because I feel like I want to build an upstairs already. All right, I got 20. What else I got? Rubber. Ooh, organics. I can make rubber with organics, and yeah, that's full. So now I got some food. There we go. Okay, I'll just toss the rubber in there for now. I guess we'll toss that in because, well, it's not like I really need it that badly at the moment. Okay. Iron plate. We'll get some iron plates. There we go. And I just see it. I've got interior stair. So I'll go up there. At least on the roof, it snaps nicely. On the ground, it does not. I kind of wish it did. Make it a little bit easier. I'm trusting this is not going to create a door frame somewhere where I just walk out into the open air and fall. I think I'm gonna get the drill going. The big drill, the one I can automate. Yeah, okay, so I got that. I need to make some iron rods. Can I? Yeah, there we go. Right click to pin. Okay. Okay, now the gear, which of course I need a bunch of iron rods because of that. Okay. Groovy. I'm gonna do a advanced miner. Try to get this. We're gonna take this out. Yeah, that's 3, 2. Yep. Okay, so you get the full resources back, which is nice. Let's go do it lined up to the grid. I mean, it just means easier to align stuff. Oh, yes. 4 times faster and 3 times as much storage. That on its own is a good upgrade. And now I got this right here. So set that going so I can get some automated rock. Installation layer, huh? Oh. Okay, so got that. Forge. So the ore, so I gotta do that. And let's see, that was 3, 3. I'm producing 7, so I can do those. But the part producer is gonna require a little more analysis radar. Scans for that. Okay, that might be another important one. Also, I don't have a water level thing. I'm assuming I gotta at least detox the water for some other purpose. Of course, I'm also not getting anything that says I need water for or anything as far as like oxygen production for like water or anything. There's nothing that seems to show up. The organic is food and rubber right now. Definitely more parts than what we get with Planet Crafter. Okay, so the solar panel, let's look at that. Solar panel, again, anywhere from 5 to 24, obviously depending on time of day. Apparently at night is not dark enough that we don't lose complete power. But that's good in daytime. I like the constant right here. So iron plate and iron rods. It looks like that's already full again too. As super fast. Yes, that's why I want the smelter, so I can just get the forge going so it'll do its own thing there. This is very much like Planet Crafter meets SAS Factory. You know, you're doing stuff manually and then you start to get a little bit of automation and build out with that. Planet Crafter is all about the manual until you get the drones and the auto crafters much later. Okay, so I'm going to do another one of these. So sorry, I got a good bit. Great. Let's do 2 of them then. That'll make sure I'm covered for a little while. Great. Okay, now again. Technically, I could go like really lengthy on this and put the forge way over here, but we're not at that point yet where I need to merge anything. And I don't even know if I have where is it? Yeah, I don't have the merging thing yet. Iron plate and cement. Well, I think I can take care of that. Oh, yeah, probably want to get rid of the regular iron. Okay. Let's see. So I can do that. And you see it's got the nice in and out direction. Oh, well, the grid, when you stop moving, does it actually have like an alignment thing? No, it does not. But if I look, okay, so I can look at the grid. So it's not quite like SAS Factory where you get that whole, here's a arrow or a line showing that they're in line with each other. Okay. An output. Yeah, I'm not so worried about that. Can I have? Oh yeah, storage. Need more iron plate. Oh, I was clicking and I didn't see the thing. I'm just gonna let that go into a storage container for right now. That way, you know, more storage. I'll come back and worry about, hey, make me some of this later. As long as I've got that. I mean, yeah, iron plate is not used to make iron rods, so I still need iron ingots at some point. So we'll just do, instead of running another iron thing over there for iron rods just yet. Maybe I'll get a splitter and I can do something with that at some point. Oh, hey, here we go. Now I got, okay, so splitter, merger, conveyor splitter. All right, well, hang on. All right, so we got a splitter, input and outputs between 3 different conveyors. So we got that 1 to 3, you know, round robin. And then we got the merger, 3 to 1. And we got a 2 to 1. I'm not sure why the 3 to 1 is dominant over the other one. And 2 to 1. And you know, it's a splitter and a splitter. It'd be nice if it had something in the name too, just to readily define that. You know, 3ets, 2ets, something like that. Yeah, there's a different visual, but when somebody's describing this to somebody and how to do something, yeah, that could become a problem. And then here is this, where we can have it go in, and then it's a container, but it also can split off to 2. So I could actually have this be, here's my storage. 18 slots, that's 20. Okay. You know what? Let me go. I know I can get the plates from that. What's the cost of? It's still showing me the new recipes. This iron plate, iron rod. Okay. Okay. And that was. I'm gonna just go ahead and create this, so then I can split. So I need 4 of those. Instead of that, I'm going to do a single so it splits right from the start. And that will let me do the part producers for at least that location. Okay. I'll just go ahead and do that for a moment. Okay. And I need, wait, how many was that? It was 4? I think it was 4. Yeah, okay. So I need a little bit more. Okay, there goes that. And we'll take that out. Gives me the iron plate I needed. Oh, of course, I don't have enough iron plate. I thought I was making enough extra. I did not. There we go. A little extra. Granted, I could also grab it from there, but I do have some ore I need to consume. There. Okay, so input. I'm just going to do 1 for right now. Okay, and what is that? Yeah, iron plate. Well, I need some iron plate there. Okay. Actually, I'm gonna move this to a little flatter, more open area. now I can do, what is this, warehouse? Oh, wow, that's a lot of power storage or usage right there. And a sign. I'm assuming that's a much bigger thing as well. Yeah, all right, so they'll be taken first from the one stored in a warehouse. So that's where I could dump stuff and then just have it crafting, you know, universal availability, I guess. Ooh. Okay. I'm kind of unlocking stuff very quickly. Oh, and, you know, I gotta look at my map. So, quartz, iron, no copper, but there's a cave over there. And this is our map for the planet right here. So, in this little area that I've run, that's how far I've got there. So, we actually have kind of a good map size for driving. You also see we've got separation here. So, it's either through cave or over water, which is, again, where we got a flying vehicle in this too. We got a ship. I just don't have power for the ship right now. All right, so we're going to do part producers. Yes, that'll be the next thing. At least get me something I can use that I can then have it, you know, producing these two, so I don't have to worry about that. So circuit boards, I need copper. I guess it is time to do some exploration for that. Take a bunch of health stuff with me. There we go. It sounds like rain. We just don't see any rain. At least I think that's a cave up there. It looks like there would be a cave. There's quartz, copper. Iron. I'm going. As long as I don't get like a heat warning. I'm dying. Oh yeah. From the wrong angle, it looks like it may be just a rock wall, but it's just a cave. The sulfur. And you know what? Here we go. Yes, you can landscape, which is something we do not get in Planet Crafter. We can actually break stuff up, you know, and change the landscape. Nope. Okay, right click does not put it back. It says use multi-tool in the bottom right, so and that's left click shown. So I would think, you know, maybe that means if you right click, it does the opposite, but no. All right, I'm watching my oxygen. Time to run. I get this. Cobalt. I need some cobalt. I'm sure at some point it's going to tell me I need to take cover because of a big wave coming in, and I'm going to lose a bunch of this. But I think I got a little while before that happens. At least I hope I do. So I can get up higher. I'm going to see if I can build maybe somewhere that is like either protected or high enough that I don't have to worry about losing everything. Would be ideal. So what was I needing? Copper was not the table. So oh wait, circuit boards, right? Yes, copper plate and silica. All right. Gonna do that. Okay, 4 gears. Oh, yeah, might help if I take some of that. Got too much iron ore because I let it build up. Oh, wow. Yeah, I need to get that part producer going at least for one thing. All right, that's one. I'll do 2. Because, of course, I'm going to split between the rods and the plates. I'm going to get a little extra because I'm sure I'm going to need them. Iron beams was, yes, iron rods and plates. So, at the least, I can have it where I go and grab a bunch of iron rods. Such. I'll stick with the little conveyor, the storage crates right now, but I do want to work towards that the warehouse. I'm not sure where I want to build it. I'm assuming that's why they added the blocks so we can actually build. There we go. A little low on my plates. Okay, so I just need 2 circuit boards. Actually 4, because I'm doing double, so. And hopefully I got enough plates to do the conveyors. For both, yes. Okay. There goes that. Now, recipe that. And recipe that. Now, that's a decent amount of storage. I'm gonna leave it for a moment while I get this. Obviously, rock is not hard to get here. It's everywhere. And I'm just gonna go ahead, you know what? Let's finish off what I've got in my inventory. Get rid of all the ingots and such. And I've got a couple of spots on the top that I need to use. I need to build some more rooms. So I got the supplies for it. There we go. And I need an indoor thing. Yeah, at least with the rock, I just pick a spot. I'm assuming that these potentially run out, but we haven't had that show yet. But you know, if they do, then there's plenty of rock deposits around. I need to optimize for using my iron and such, though. Okay, so it's not going based on. They're kind of. I can't rotate it by doing the scroll wheel on the mouse, which is a little frustrating. I kind of want to have it turn a certain direction. And it's not wanting to turn that way. I wonder if that's based on how you have the room rotated above, which an arrow indicator would have been nice. I'm just going to point that out. Fine, I'll go that way because that's the only way I get to go. All right, I got a second floor. Water purifier. All right, where was that thingy? There we go. And tinner. Okay, I can do one. That's all I need. Rubber belt and cable. Well, cable requires copper ingots, so I need to go get some more copper ingots. And then the filter. Wait, okay, rubber's not a problem. I got a bunch of rubber. Where's the filter? So okay, so I need to go back to the cave and get everything else in that cave. Also, I'm trying to remember because it has been a while, but I feel like that cave, or there was another cave maybe right over there that I used in the demo that took me into another little area where I kind of, that's how I hid out during the big tsunami wave, and it's what let me stay alive and continue for a little bit longer. I felt like this would be kind of an interesting contrast with Planet Crafter, which is obviously themed around, but you have more of a potential environmental danger aspect to it than just meteor storms. And different from Star Rupture, which is going to be, you know, base defense type of danger where we get attacked by alien creatures. Large rock deposit. Oh, there we go. There's, I think this is the path I took before. That took me into a new area. Or they may have changed it. That's a large rock deposit I can somehow build a thing on. I'm gonna go that way next. Also, I see what might be a cave over there. And, you know, because I know it's probably full already, even though stuff is still going in. Yep. Look at that. So much iron plate and such that I'm good for a while. Where is it? Rubble. There. I need... You know, let's just go ahead and make them. Rotor. Okay, so I need more rubber belt. It's a good thing I got plenty of this. Oh, inventory full. Diamond ore. Hey. Cobalt. Okay, that should be enough there. I'm just gonna make one of these filters or purifiers. Okay, then I need cable, copper ingot. There we go. Still gotta find an actual copper deposit. How many cables was it? It was 2 each. All right, so there we go. And then an antenna. There we go. Make this water hopefully safe to be in. Ah, toxic gas? Thought that was a lake. Is it? Maybe it's toxic gas on the edge of the lake. What? Okay. Must be placed on the coast. I did that. I think. It's hard to tell. That's gas. Ah! Obviously that's gas. Because it says it is, but it kind of looked like water too. Alright, too much stuff. There. That frees up a little bit of space. Let's go. There's a cave over here. There is a, you know, per minute aspect, but you notice I haven't got anything saying here's a Mark II conveyor belt or anything. I'm hoping we don't go that crazy on it, like, again, Satisfactory. At least there's not like a downclocking, overclocking type of aspect yet. Or you can overclock something to produce more or downclock it to balance them out, that we're not going to have to sit here and hopefully get a spreadsheet going to calculate everything. There's a temperature warning. But I'm not like, doesn't look like I'm taking damage from it. So maybe that just means that there's a temperature warning for outside. All right, I want to try this. Let's see if I'm going that way. I just make my own tunnel. My own cave system all the way through. I didn't mean to do that hole in the floor. I was meaning to make like a nice pathway. Definitely a heat thing over in that area. Okay, water pump placed on the coast. Well, you know, I need to make rotors again. I need cables. Two rotors, I think is what I said. Ooh, a microscope. Hey, yeah, totally need that. Battery cell, that standard battery extends my battery capacity. I need to do that next, so I'm gonna need to get some more copper plates going. But right now, iron plate. Okay, pump. What? Must be placed on the coast. That's the coast? That's the... It'll go on that, but it's gotta be on the coast. Okay. Is that actually... That's not feeding into it. But it's gotta go in a certain spot. That's odd. Okay, and then a pipe. Okay, did I get that? Where's the there's the pipe thing. Pipe. gonna get hurt on this, aren't I? Yep, yep, yep. Where does it connect to? Is this? It doesn't even look like this has a connector on it. It's not. What's the point of that? Okay, water purifier. Okay, pumps water to a water pipe. Yeah, what that's the water pump to a water pipe. So I got water usage 50. All right, so I probably need to allow that to purify first before I start pumping toxic water. I think there's a timing thing there should be adjusted. That seems like it's a little out of order. All right, so one circuit board. I need copper plates. And then let's go ahead and make the battery cells so I don't use up something for something else. Okay, so I need copper. Let's look at map. Oh, and you get a... Okay, so instead of it being universal across the planet, you see where my power area covers. But I don't have any copper showing up anywhere. Let's just go along the coast for a minute. It's showing like it's not high temp. Like, oh, you're gonna get hurt, but it does show me a warning that it's 40 degrees Celsius over here. Or at least it was showing that. Oh, it's not a deposit, but it is some copper ore. Okay. This is a fairly large feeling map by comparison. This is definitely a little bit bigger than the starting valley area just right here. Like, I mean, you can see way off in the distance there the next little mountainous range, and it definitely feels like it's a good bit further away than the starting valley area of Planet Crafter. So it's definitely larger feeling map. And then again, there's 5 planets in the game right now, so I feel like that means we should have plenty to do. Oh, wait, I need the ingot, not the plates. Okay, there goes that. So I need 1 circuit board. Good. Oh, is it? Where is it? There. Okay, more power. And a lot of cement I need to make, you know. Let's go this way. That kind of seems like it loops into that same area, or maybe accessible from the same area. See if I get like a... I mean, it's nighttime, so I think there shouldn't be a high temperature thing at night. The sun's down, and that would be part of the cause of the high temperature. Oh, I don't need that. I got plenty of iron. Dutch in. Come on, give me a copper spot. Iron. A lot of copper ore. No copper mining spots. Come on, I can make it. There we go. I'm not even to the edge of my power coverage. Oh, osmium. Well, I do need osmium. I kind of focusing on copper at the moment. Cobalt deposit. Wow, I found that before I found a copper deposit. Yeah, this makes me think more of the kind of map size of SAS Factory. You know, some of those are like areas are very remote, can be very troublesome to get to on foot. So it's nice to have like the vehicles in that. And then of course, transporting stuff like that osmium up there, I definitely gonna have to have something that transports it down, conveyor or otherwise. Oh, I'm gonna grab this. At some point I'm gonna get me a auto rock thing going for cement. Let's take a look at something I haven't played with yet. These. Oh, I can use rock, and that's how I place some ground in there. All right. And then asphalt, brick. So this is in the promotional pictures on Steam. You can see where I have like there's roads being presented. So you can actually build some very custom buildings to enclose your structures of like the regular like part producers and such. Okay, we got those now. I think I want to get me a locker going soon because I have more storage. And you could do a good bit. I mean, it's not like super crazy detailed options like Minecraft build whatever, you know, as long as you do it with the blocks. But okay, so there we can now take two things, put them together. So we, you know, same thing again, SAS Factory, and rare ores such as cobalt and uranium to make basalt concrete. Okay, so that copper and iron, or rock into cement, quartz into silica. That for the cobalt and such, and I don't have that on there. Yeah, BT, this is the one where we get that like tidal wave, which I'm assuming at some point that's got to stop happening, because otherwise you're like, what's the point of having this big fancy setup if the tidal wave keeps hitting constantly? But yeah, it's the one when I played the demo, it had a tidal wave that comes in and, you know, it's supposed to destroy everything. I feel like the demo, it didn't quite destroy everything. It's like, it's got a lot of stuff, but not everything. At least when I played it, because I did have stuff still here afterwards. But we haven't seen anything about the tidal wave yet. The toxic gas is starting to go away, it looks like. And I still need a copper deposit. I need copper. I don't need that. I need copper. Where's... let's see. I went down this way. Okay, somewhere. There's a copper deposit somewhere. There's got to be. We'll go up this path now. Okay, yeah, I remember the demo somewhat. I remember there was some cave system I used to get into another area that gave me a safe area that I was able to build some stuff in. It didn't get wiped out, I think is what I was able to do. But yeah, it was like 2 years ago or so. There we go. Finally got a copper deposit way up here. Let's keep going because there might be a quartz deposit up here. And get some silica production as well. That rock. Another cave. Saw a diamond there. Got that. Okay. Well, I've got copper now, so at the least I want to set up for copper ingots to be produced, and with that will at least make things a little bit easier. I don't have to worry about going and find copper. So all right, I'm missing quartz right now, so I can make silica, and of course we got tons of big large rock deposits all over the place. Hope at some point we get a way to like destroy them if we want to get them out of our way. Oh, get me a I gotta make a trash can so I can toss some of this excess junk out. Yeah. Because I end up with, like, you know, one piece of iron ore that I don't need. And now copper, you know, is... I got a spot to get. So, need this into this. Technically, let's see. Well, you know, copper ingot goes into copper plate. Copper ingot goes into cable. So I just need ingots, unless I'm going to do that. So, you know what, let's start with the iron rod. And there we go. This one. Yeah. I'll make a couple of extra gears. All right, so that is 2 miners, one for rock, and I'm gonna do just regular rock. Actually, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna have it go into the forge to make cement, but I'm also gonna have it go into, like, I'm gonna do a splitter so I have regular rock as well, so that I can fill in the terrain a bit and make it a little bit nicer. So now I need the forge. Oh, I got plenty on the forge, so I can do that. Okay, so I need to make 2 of those. Silica. I need some quartz deposit now. Oh, and I don't need the diamond at the moment. So... there we go. Yeah, get this going, then I gotta figure out how I'm gonna do the warehouse. I'm kind of trying to get it where the water is hopefully clear, because I know in some of the promo stuff there was building out over the water surface. So I kind of like the idea of that. All right, so that's that. So that's the concern, is I'm gonna lose my mining equipment. Now I'm like all like, am I really gonna want to do this before I lose everything? And yeah, I need to get that going. At least if it wipes out only mining equipment, but I still have my storage from the mining equipment, that's good. This should hopefully have enough to cover the conveyors as well for this. Let's see, where is it? I was like, oh, is that it? Yes, okay. So we're gonna go with one of these. Okay. And you know what, just to make it easier, I'm eager to terraform some stuff. And part producer. I'm not even going to do storage on this. What I'm going to do is actually... Come on. Everywhere else there's rock formations I can just mine endlessly. Alright, this. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to fill in some of that area and make me something a little bit flatter to build on. And I'm just going to go a splitter straight into the two-part producer. So no storage of the ingots, just going to go straight into producing the two parts. I won't leave this one for right now, which I'll have room. Okay. I need a 2 splitter. Okay. I need one more circuit board. Yep. Okay. Yeah, I kind of want I want rock and not cement, because I need to use it to fill stuff in. You know, actually, here, I'm going to finally go ahead and put something specifically in my toolbar. I want to fit some terrain. Ah. Okay, that's gonna be way too time consuming. That's not very precise. So, all right, fine. Just best I can on this for right now. What? I thought I had enough gear. I did see there is a vehicle that will go and do terraforming, like flattening stuff out, which is nice, because that is a pain right there. There, okay, I should cover it. I think we'll have to do some power generation after this. rotate and place. Why is that not lined up? Was that not lining up with that one? Like, I'll place it there. It doesn't look like it's actually lining up. It's like they're just slightly off in their direction. Okay. Oh, you know what? I forgot. Nope. Okay, automatically does it on that. The other ones, you've got to tell it what the forge is supposed to produce. Oh, and it terraforms around that, or landscapes around it. Let's clarify that, because terraforming, you know, is making this place nicer as well. There we go. Okay. Now I just need an easy way to get up there. Which we've got that. Okay. I need to make some outside stairs. I gotta make stairs because I don't want to go through the archway every time. Just I want to go to the end point, not to that. %75% pure. Okay, power is a little bit of a possible issue at the moment. Let's go and see. I don't get like a power readout thing on the power wall. Oh. Yeah, I'm using too much power with everything running. As a matter of, I just didn't have everything running at the moment. All right, let's just toss that. I do that. Okay. Iron beam. I need 2 iron beams. We're gonna, yeah, it's gonna be variable power, but it can produce a lot more in a smaller area. Great. Now, I thought I saved enough. Okay. It's not exactly the angle I wanted, but all right. And then what I'm gonna do is I need another circuit board to make a splitter that then splits into rock and cement. Granted, I'm not like using a ton on cement right now, so and also, I'm not having to make an osmium drill or anything like that yet. Assembling machine, not worried about that. Part producer, you know what? This might be worth trying to build though. To give me, I mean, one, I still need a quartz deposit because I need to make glass, so I could do that. That does require the water usage. Oh, yep, bigger, large solar panel. That's a lot. It resists extreme conditions. So that right there, like that wipes you out. This is one that should be able to resist the damage. That's where, okay, so like these resist extreme conditions. This one doesn't. This one doesn't. So I'm going to lose that stuff when the wave comes through. But if I switch to this, I shouldn't lose that when the wave comes through. And I do have a cobalt deposit. So I can mine the cobalt, but I need a refiner to make to use the cobalt automatically. So there's my cobalt deposit up there. All right, so I need 4 gears. All right, I'll get, while that might wipe it out, you know, the fact is I can still at least build it to get some extra cobalt going, and I can manually build stuff. And high temperature, yeah, it's hot, it's daytime, the sun's out, it's spicy, just how I like it. All right, somewhere over here. A mini map would be nice too if we could get that. Okay. Let me just see if I actually have. Nope, I don't have. No, well, I got that. You know what? That's enough. Let me just do this, so I don't come up here and get like such a small amount. Boom. Okay, so that will get that. I can come back and get a larger quantity. Start making some stuff. Oh, okay, let's get going. Oh, is that? Oh, so there is literally a, oh yeah, the quartz deposit. That's right. Okay, I got a quartz deposit right here, so now I need to make one for that. My dirt deposit. Actually, you know what? Forget the dirt right now. I'm just gonna make it create cement. I don't want to have to manually fill in dirt with that. That is absolutely just way too frustrating to have to do that. So we'll do a forge. Kind of put it closer. Let's see how. Okay, so we don't have a problem with the angle. That's good. This can come out. And I'm just gonna make what I can. And then toss the junk pieces of rock. Okay. And you know what? I've got copper being produced in mass quantities, so there we go. Got that. I need another one of these FOMO gears. There we go. A little extra. Nope, not that one. Oh, yeah. Okay. And that can go ahead and make silica. So I got the supplies. We'll do the silica. All right, and then I just need a single storage. That way I get plenty of it. I mean, worst case, what I can do is I can always just build a the bigger container or several of them and then feed them into the warehouse. That way the warehouse is my storage. Let me look at that. Does not say resists extreme conditions. This does. That doesn't. That's concerning. Build an expensive warehouse and have it wiped out, but the storage containers are okay. Let me guess. That's gonna break too. Yeah, probably. All right. Well, refined cobalt is, can I do that? Refined cobalt. No. I cannot refine it myself. All right, so, and that requires water usage. So that means I got to pipe water to it. This means what I want to do is I'm going to actually just set up a container that feeds into that and can be sitting right outside. That way I have the water pump over there. It just makes it easier in this case. The whole, you know, getting now into the point of transporting from remote places to a central place. Okay, iron beams. Okay, rotor, cable and rubber belts. And of course I need the copper in it. Well, you know, I just made a bunch of food. That's full again. I'm assuming I get an upgrade from my inventory at some point. You get that in SAS Factory. It just makes sense you would get upgrades for the inventory here. Filter. Oh, yeah, I can do that. Yeah, I mean, like SAS Factory, you get really significant upgrades. Like, you can carry a lot in SAS Factory. It seems that they didn't want you to carry that much in this game. At least not initially. Copper is that way. Maybe I can climb up that side. I ain't gonna waste time picking up stuff unless it's something I don't produce right now. Look at that. I don't have to produce any more. Set timeout room. Gold ore. I'm not using gold ore right now, so. Oh, yeah, okay. So, rotor. Just because I already got the water pump right here, I guess I'll just do this. Right over, well. Okay, so there's the water thing. Okay. Pipe. There. Alright. Now I can make sulfuric acid. Oh, great. Refined cobalt. That's all I'm going to worry about right here. So... simple enough. Don't have to be fancy to make it work. Yes. Yeah, no, I'm still supposed to create the big greenhouse thing. A road. All right, I can make a road to drive along. What is it? I need bigger storage. Glass pane. Okay. Let's see, guys. So if I put it like that, taking over that spot, let's just go to this side like that. Okay. More storage. Cobalt. Oh, I guess I could toss the cobalt in there. And sort. Might be helpful to do that. Oh, not that. That. There we go. Dumping all this. Food bots, yes. The rock is going to be thrown out. And then I have these, you know, let's go ahead and make food. out of all this. There we go. More food stuff I can eat. Right, and now take the locker out. Alright, so I need some... oh, plates. Should be enough. And then there. I think that was silica, right? Oh, yeah. They produce at a very high rate on these. I mean, like, extremely high rate. Compared to, like, say, Satisfactory, where, you know, you'd have to do some tweaking to get it to produce that much. You know, but still, that's, yeah, very high production rate for certain things. Did you see how fast some of this stuff fills up in storage? Okay, great. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna move some of the life important stuff there. And I got some extra little goodies. Okay. I need to get some osmium refining. So it's time to use my freed up inventory space. Reason I did all of that. So I can get up here and get as much as possible. So I don't have like a big, long, super conveyor chain going. Great. I notice the water like area is clearing up next to my purifier, but you see how it's still hazy and toxic cloudy in the distance, which makes me think ultimately it's by an area. Oh, and control click moves the whole thing. Good. All right, so that's gonna start producing that. I'm just gonna fill up on a bunch of refined cobalt, and I'm gonna go ahead and set me up. You know what? Let's look here. See how that's doing? Oh, okay. So a little heavy on the demand there. That's fine. But you see the range on these that it covers. I think I'm going to move, because I don't need that much power over the water, I would say. I'm going to move somewhere up here and build some of the bigger solar panels. Up there. The resistant ones. So I can definitely make a bunch of iron beams. There we go. I'm just going to use them up because I got more waiting. Huh? One thing I know will happen with the warehouse is, besides massive amount of power usage, it's probably got a range, and it's also going to be a case I can't limit based on certain item types. So I'd have to have multiple warehouses to cover every type of item. And I feel like that's going to be a rather large thing. It's not... Looking at some of the buildings in the promo images, it's probably going to be something that is fairly big. I don't like I can't sort that. It's producing some, yeah. It's just, it's slowing down because of the amount of water production I have going. Well, it's fine. I guess I can make another one. It's not keeping up with the speed, that's for sure. Do this. Okay, water pump and okay, iron plates. So I do need some of those, but also I think I don't know how it is for everybody else, but right now the audio is starting to kind of bother me. The audio levels are too high. There's the music level's too high. There. Pipe, iron plate, and cement and rotor. Okay. Yeah, next to this greenhouse so I can automate my rubber production. 2 rotors. Perfect. It's interesting we produce like a greenhouse or whatever, but we don't actually produce anything as far as like I'm not doing I don't have to sit there and have it be, here's a seed packet. All right, that's good as it's gonna get till I can properly terraform some of this area. Okay. I'll just dump this there. This could be middle. Oh yeah, there we go. All right. I don't remember what it was else I needed, but I know we're doing this. Iron beams. Did I dump them in here? Yes, I did. All right, time to, yeah, somewhere up here, just because of the power range. Should still cover everything all the way up to the water's edge. There's another iron deposit. Well, I can get up there. It's a very jagged world, and I got stuck. I'm not even sure what happened. Like the heads up display went away for a second. Like some of the stuff just disappeared from the heads up, and I just kind of was stuck. Fine, we'll go by the grid. Trust this is not going to be destroyed because it says it's resistant. And I'm short some beams. Let's see. Okay, so that should come right up to the edge there. I might not cover all of my stuff, but it should be close. In the worst case, I have to build like something somewhere around here after I get to level it off. Okay, so, but that should be, I mean, yeah, total and network 495. Think I got enough power now for a moment. Actually, can I build on the roof? If I can build on the roof, assuming that, of course, this resists destruction by a wave of water. And oh, I'm getting hazy. That's not a good sign. If it will resist, can I build on the rooftop? Or, oh, you know, we got platform. That's not a very big platform. I want to build on the roof. I don't think it's... Oh, no, it will. I just got to position it a certain way. Okay. I didn't like that one spot, but that side's okay. 585 power. I am good for the moment. All right. So, yes, greenhouse, cement, organic, and glass pane. Well... let me go grab this. I don't think I have enough for the glass panes that I need. Passed out, cold, not even chewing on his fancy bully stick. I mean, get him the fancy stuff and he ain't gonna even chew on it. And he don't even realize I'm talking about him for a change. He tends to know when I put him on camera. It's usually when he gets self-aware. Or self-conscious of, like, you know, what he's wearing or whatever. Oh, I made noise way too close to him and he woke up. You not gonna chew on this? Look, that's the fancy one. Alright, he's like, I'm gonna go back to sleep. Alright, one greenhouse, which has a... Yep, there's a pipe fitting, and there's an output. And I don't like that it's not where I can make it match the way I want. Okay. Ground fertilizer irrigates the ground, spreads basic vegetation, helps to generate oxygen. You know what? I've got the supplies, so we're gonna go ahead and do that too. If I can figure out where I want to put it. There. Okay. I'm gonna have to redo this a little bit because I don't have enough split. Let's see. Was it area fertilizer? Okay, wait. Ground fertilizer or area fertilizer? So I just built this and now I'm already getting this option. Obviously, this was one I should have built a bit earlier. I feel like I just want to go ahead and do this one. Of course, this is also less water usage. Let's say that's 100 liters. I've got 2 of them. That's 50. And what is it? The refiner is 100. So I'm using 150 of 200 that I'm producing, which that will cover it. That I will need more. So I need to do another one of these. And then I'm going to have to redo the water again. I'm going to have to stack another water thing. So it's not as bad as SAS Factory, but it's not too far off either. You know, we still have to worry about volumes. You know, it's not just here's a steady supply. Okay, so if you shift click, I noticed if I was holding shift, it would show 10. And if you regular click, it's 1. So you can shift click and just let go, and it's not gonna, it'll still produce for you. So that's kind of helpful. Let's see, what was that? I need 2 rotors, yeah. That's not enough. I need a rubber belt. Come on, organic. You know what? Let me see. I had some organics somewhere. There we go. Great. Okay. Well, with that, I'll dump the organics. Well, I used there. Yeah, use the trash can. Okay. That gives me one more pump over here, which I'm empty on that, so that's not going to affect it anyway. Okay. So pipe to here, and then see if I can get this. Can it? Does it? I guess it does not connect straight like that because it's not showing like a snap and snap. But I can do that. Yes. We're gonna find out. And well, it does say total network 223. Ground fertile. We're waiting on the ground to be fertile. Where's that ladder supposed to go to? I use that to climb up here and turn the valve. That seems bad design. Like, besides the fact that the hex nuts there are sticking through it. Seems like you would make this closer to the ground so you could just grab it and turn it, as opposed to trying to climb up a little ladder and then hold on to it and turn it when you have really no good footing right there. That seems like it would be a terrible design. Can I... That's part producer. That should work for making rubber, right? It's not a forge. Mr. Waffles, hi. You got a U in there, so it's hi. Oh, yeah, yeah, let me eat some food. Okay, I need... Yeah, I guess... I mean, that says cobalt and uranium. And it makes basalt... it's gotta be this. Part producer. So I need gear. Do I have gear? Well, yeah, I don't have enough, but that's okay. I can make one, and then I need... was it rotors? Circuit boards. Two circuit boards. Copper plate and... Well, I got silica. There we go. I got copper plate. You know what? I'm just gonna let it go, make a bunch of them. Saves room, you know, compress everything. And, you know, I'm gonna say, even if you're not crafting multiple, the fact you don't have to hold the button down, you just hold shift whenever you craft something, and then that way, you know, you're not having to sit there and keep holding it. That is a lot more enjoyable right there, do it that way. Part producer. Not like I don't have enough power. And yeah, I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna keep the organics inside as my food one, because I don't need that much right now. Oh yeah, just do food bots instead. That okay. So we're just gonna go with rubber. That might be the one where I do my first stack. Let's see what I want to do. Can I go outside without a... Ooh, you know, I was thinking I know what I can do, and I need to get supplies. I could do another, like, I'm thinking it's not going to let me just build straight to the rooftop. I'm going to have to build like a room on the rooftop to allow me to climb out onto the rooftop. But we're going to try it. See if it will give me like just a straight opening onto the roof. There. Oh, it does. And somehow that is not count as breaking like a airlock or anything. Apparently that's totally fine. Yeah, I'll put that there. That way at least I know I've got power covered after the first wipeout. That does... Oh, you see how it's glitching me. That goes above the floor level, so I do need to have a building up here for that, apparently. And let's hope I have a door to get back in right here. Door. Oh, well, I built that. Now it's okay. Don't tell me I just messed this up. Oh, I took out I lost the ladder, but I didn't get the supplies back. What? It took away my supplies. Pretty sure that ladder did not, I mean, yeah, it didn't give me back my iron beam. That's stupid. Okay, and I think I'm just gonna have to do door. It's just the door. No. All right. Okay, yeah, that I'm surprised is not done better at this point. That's definitely a flaw right there. And now I gotta go back down here. As it's pretty much what it is. It's Planet Crafter meets SAS Factory. So we get more dangers than Planet Crafter in the environment here, and then we get less of the animal threat and the over-the-top anal exaggerated effort of SAS Factory. But yeah, it's pretty much, that's what it is. It's a combination of features from those two games. Ooh, food pot. Oh yeah, that's exactly what I want to do. I want to eat quartz. You make the glass jar, and that's it. Now I can make food boxes, which is 50 health. Right? Yeah, 5 organic, 3 organic. So because you put it in a jar, you get more health from it. Totally makes sense, right? Yeah. Put it in a jar, it's healthier. Ooh, vehicle energy cell. Okay. Sulfur ore. I got sulfur. I haven't found a sulfur spot yet, but there we go. I'm gonna make one of those. Cause that is something we do get different between this game and then, oh hey, look, it's getting green around here. Thanks to that. Okay. Energy cell, there we go. So something we don't get in SAS Factory or Planet Crafter, a flying vehicle. Well, you know, we get like drones in SAS Factory, but we don't get like, you know, more than that. Okay, so water is not quite pure, but it's not hurting me either. Okay, so we gotta build the planet analyzer. What's it called? It is called Eden Crafter, because you are crafting Eden, or you know, something to that effect. I will update the notes after this. Oh, I can make that. I think I'm gonna be doing that next too, assuming that doesn't get destroyed. Where's the planet analyzer? That's the analysis radar. They're a plant analyzer. Okay, so iron plates, not a problem. Okay, computer. I just made a bunch of circuit boards. You know what? Copper plate and silica. I will go grab supplies. So yeah, it's one of those. It came out, I want to say, I think either right before or right after early access on Planet Crafter as a demo. And yeah, it's definitely a knock on Planet Crafter. I'm assuming just whoever decided to make it is like, you know what, we like Planet Crafter, but we wish it had better automation, you know, more of a factory style automation. So they went with that. I'll give me some of that. Oh yeah, my copper's over there. And, you know, it's the same with anything. You get a game that's getting popularity, people are liking it, and somebody's gonna say, I can do this better. And certainly to them, they feel they do it better, whether the general player group decides whether or not it's actually better. To me, I'm still liking Planet Crafter overall than this. This is definitely not up to par with Planet Crafter on the polish, but this is still early access. So you gotta give them that. I mean, it's early access. It's not done. And it is a little bit less focused on the terraformation part of it than Planet Crafter. Like everything in Planet Crafter adds to your terraformation value pretty much. This doesn't. This is much more on the factory management style aspect. But, you know, it's still a case of it is what it is. We get a game that's kind of a mix of two. For me, the big thing on this is they did at least focus a little bit more on the idea of the planetary dangers. It's not just here's some meteor storms. We get tsunamis and such as that will damage things. And they have added some stuff that's more in line with a Minecraft style freedom of building for this, because we've got blocks for building like roadways and such. Iron, did I not get iron rods? Yeah, I'm just gonna go ahead and make 10. Yeah, Planet Crafter, I've got a lot of time in to where, you know, it's definitely one I have found a lot of enjoyment in. I'm still playing it, you know, I'm still gonna do some more content for it, but it is one of those, like, you know, at a certain point you do kind of run out of stuff to do. The fact they keep adding planets is nice. That's another thing this one has going for it, I'm gonna say, is that this game already has 5 planets listed in it. Even now, just still early access, it has 5 planets with the latest update. So they have already made it a point, and it's a bigger planet, or feels like a bigger planet than the ones we get with Planet Crafter. Hence why we have more vehicles to choose from. Radiations. Okay, I gotta clean. Oh, wait. There, okay, there's radiation. I'm obviously somewhere still in this kind of area, I think. You know, let me see. E. Nope, I'm right here. Okay, so I am there. Wish it would show. Okay, I guess that's the tiny little green spot, maybe. So there's a radiation spot over there. Then we got oh, the crafting guide. Okay, so something over there. And then some of that over there, and then that. I guess maybe that's heat, extreme heat, cold, radiation. 508 of 1000, so I still need to do some more of that. It's not as heavy on the terraformation as Planet Crafter is. This is much more of a blend, like I said, but it is still it's a blend. It's something different. And it is on sale right now, so I got cement. Iron beams. We're gonna make 10. Oh, okay, I need those. Oh, cobalt ore. That's right. I need to dump that over here because it will do stuff. Well, thank you. I'm glad you enjoyed the Planet Crafter stuff. It's just I'm back at that point now, even with toxicity. For the most part, I've already done the majority of stuff there is to do. So it's kind of like, well, what do I do now? I just kind of, you know, keep doing the same thing, that I've already been doing, just on a different planet, or start something new. Wish it would let me at least see what the recipe is, while it's doing that. Okay, so that's 10 more of those. I don't have anything I need that for right now. I think during the demo, I remember getting like some greenery going, but it wasn't like a lot. I don't remember if I had that kind of stuff set up during the demo. And I feel like at this point, I was already getting hit with the tsunami in the demo, so. Enshrouded? That's still one I've looked at, and it's not one that makes me want to get started in it. It does not appeal to me enough. Okay, I was kind of hoping it would be already a little bit taller than that. Wonder if I could do this. Yes, I just released the guides for toxicity, so, or the Golden Crate guide, just dropped the other day, so yeah, that should be, that'll cover all the Golden Crates. And then, the Cosmic Quartz one is coming out this week, so there'll be that as well. Okay, and I apparently destroyed that, and that is definitely not polished when you can see from the underside. So that just lowered my opinion of this even further. Considering this has been 2 years in early access and you can't get that done right, that's kind of, that's sad. Like, it should not be like that. Ship recall station. Yeah, why is it that those are doing like that? That is... Oh, and I can't extend that? Oh, that's stupid. So you're pretty much just supposed to build it on the ground and then use that to walk up, and that still breaks. Really? That is bad. This is lowering my hope on this game quite a bit now. Just this one part is like, how do you not have this done better? All right, don't build it on the corner. It breaks it. That's stupid. All right, I've got to fly the ship around before I get hit with a tidal wave. Apparently it can only go so high above the terrain. Can't just keep going super high. Because I'm like telling it to go up and it's not going up any higher. It's dropping down as the terrain lowers. Well, one thing I can do with this, besides possibly wreck, is yeah, the controls are not well done. It's slow down. Apparently I need a bigger vehicle platform. Oh. Okay, yeah, that it does not like that platform. Yeah, it's go down, but it's also decelerate. That needs a good bit of work. That is very unpolished right now. Okay. I'm gonna build me one more of these, which I should have. Yep. Glass pane. Actually, I do two more. What's funny is it won't, if it doesn't match a full stack, it cannot stack it. So you got 8 and 13, but the stack size is 20, it will not take the item. That's also that's like low quality. I mean, I would say as an early access game, yeah, there's some room for improvement, but if you've already been in early access for 2 years, that should be fixed long ago. That's kind of shocking that it's that is not done at this point in development. And apparently I have broken by flying the terrain rendering. Yeah, there's a good bit of stuff built in this, like functionality wise. There's a lot I can build and do, but there's some bugs that should not exist after 2 years. Some very basic, should be easily fixed type bugs that make this look much lower quality. Like, you know, at this point, I bought this on half price, 50% off. I think it was 50, or was it 30? No, I think this was a 30 or 35% off. It's definitely not discounted enough, in my opinion, right now, based on this. This should be cheaper than it is, because it is definitely not polished enough for the price point. Now I'm just going to stack that, let that go for a second. I'm assuming I have to stay here because I can't, like, if I exit, it's not going to keep crafting, since technically I'm the one working on the workbench. Kind of nice you can stack stuff, though. It means I don't have to touch it. Just sit here, you know, relax. You know, you got enough things to, you know, produce real quickly, just take a nap. But yeah, the fact that the rubber does not stack, if the stack cannot be matched. I mean, there are mods for Planet Crafter that do better than that. I have not played Sons of the Forest since I completed the story just after full release. And I have not played it, I don't think, at all this year. I mean, once I finished the story that first time, unless they have completely redone the building system in that to where they have more options like the original game in terms of building, I don't want to play it. That's the forest. Yeah, the combat and stuff like that was good, but for me, it was the building. The building was still the best part of the game. Only reason I have replayed the original game is the building. I won't replay Sons of the Forest because of the building. The building system in Sons of the Forest is not good. In my opinion, I cannot stand it, and I'm not going to go and waste time building it. Building in that game again. So unless they've completely overhauled it where it's more like the original game, I have no interest. Because I get they wanted a more realistic style of building, but come on. There are other games that have done that and done a far better job than what you got with Sons of the Forest. They just did not handle it very well. Because, I mean, like, look, I get it, you know. Some people want that more realistic, you know, you have to carry only a couple logs at a time, stuff like that. Which you did have in the original game, but, you know, the more realistic type building, placing things down a certain way. Yeah, look at Green Hell. They did a much better job than Sons of the Forest. That's why I'm eager for Star Rupture to drop this week. Because Green Hell, same group that made Green Hell, making Star Rupture. That's what I am looking forward to on Tuesday. All right, I'm placing that. And I want to do one of these. And what I'm going to do is actually use the ship for a short range mission. And just go ahead and deploy a nice little spot off to the side. There we go. Okay. So that's that. Let's try to put some of the fancier stuff. Oh, I already had that. Okay. Well. Like that. Okay. And refined cobalt. What? Oh, that's rubber. Okay, where's my refined cobalt? There it is. Okay. So, yeah, I'm going to take, instead of doing the long haul walk over there, we're going to take the ship. I saw it over here. Yeah, I could have walked it, but man, I would have to carry some oxygen supplies for this. No. I'm just going to go ahead and get it set up over here. So that I have a purifier going. Yep. And the power to keep it going. There we go. Producing 22. Currently needing 8. And that is running 10% pure. So that will purify the water. And I'll have to sit over here. Star Rupture, it's Satisfactory. Think of it like that. It's very much going to be like Satisfactory. It's factory management. So as opposed to Green Hell being, you know, low-tech Amazon survival, Star Rupture is space age, high-tech. It looks a lot better than this. And it's a Satisfactory. You're gonna have conveyor belts, you know, producing that, but it's also gonna be more of a defensive type thing. I'm hoping it's not like tower defense where there's timed waves of enemies, but at least there's gonna be, you know, randomized attacks by alien wildlife. So it's like Satisfactory meets, you know, more of a defensive, like combat type of game as well. And again, it's the same developers that made Green Hell, and that's a high quality game. They have continued to produce more stuff for it, you know, to continue working on it. So it's continued to get upgrades. I just feel like, you know, it's one I definitely am all for supporting, because they put out a game and then they keep adding more stuff for free to it. And I'm all for supporting devs that act like that versus devs that put out an immature game and then basically try to pass it off like, hey, here's the stuff we should have put in for full release, but, you know, we're gonna pass it off as like a DLC or bonus. I think I want to start doing some asphalt. Actually, I need to do that. Yeah. Well, I don't need that. Okay, so let's see how this works when I do that. I haven't done a road block type of thing yet. Okay, so kind of like that. Okay, it does kind of do that. Let's see. Oh, yes. They at least got that functionality. Starting to wonder if they just completely dropped the ball. Oh, that, yeah. Oh, asphalt to build a road. All right. Okay, that's, yeah. Except, well, it was acting like I was going to be able to place it there, but... Oh, okay, it worked. It just took a second longer than it has before. Okay. And I got rock. Yeah. Well, you know, fortunately, again, you know, Star Rupture, I have not had the best experience with yet, just because the playtest did not work like it should have. I kind of had major issues, like there's quite a few people having major issues with it, where it would not launch during the playtest. That happened to me. Quite a few people had that same problem. So... yeah, I'm hoping that the early access release will have resolved that sort of issue. I'm just going to build me a road all the way across the water. That's what my cement is going to be for. Because it produces very quickly, so... and that is something they did in the promotional images, have areas where they just built large roadways. Wish it was easier to target the end of the platform, though. Definitely goofy. And it seems a 5x5 is about as far out as I can get before it starts to... or 5x6, and then it just cuts. I did not want that. I'm just going to throw away there. There. Yeah, see, now I had it where, I mean, literally with Star Rupture playtest, I had to repeatedly repair the game, like have the game files re-downloaded. It would keep finding problems with it every time, and then it would finally let me play it, only to then crash, and then I'd have to reacquire the downloads again multiple times to get it to actually work. So it was just not a very good experience with it. When I finally got it to play, it did play for a while pretty decently, and then it just I placed, I can't remember if it was a door or something on my structure, and it just crashed the whole game. And when I loaded back in, I lost like 20 minutes of playtime. I just got tired of it crashing and being so much. I mean, for the 3 hours or so I spent trying to get it to run, I maybe got an hour, or not even an hour of game time in it. So you might want to check your stream settings, because I mean, it is lower quality compared to some, you know, especially AAA games. But I mean, you know, there are new games coming out now. One of the ones I decided not to get, as opposed to this one that looks even worse than this. So, you know, it comes down to, you know, graphics are important to some people, but it's also a case of graphics don't make the game. Starfield looks good, but is a crap game. It's just, I mean, a massively overpriced game. But it looks good, you know. So I think graphics matter to a certain extent, but the gameplay is much more important. And I got stuck again. You can tell I get stuck when your heads-up display kind of disappears. Well, yeah, Planet Crafter has a more polished look, but part of that is Planet Crafter, the terrain is already locked in. The devs create the terrain and decide how it's going to look. And, you know, they make their changes, like how as you terraform, this is how it's going to suddenly change and look this way. This is more like Minecraft, where everything is destructible. So I can destroy the terrain and fill in the terrain. We actually get to redesign the terrain, which you don't get to do in Planet Crafter. So, you know, it's the same as with Subnautica. Subnautica has very nice looking terrain, but it is designed terrain. It's not modifiable, and that's why they took the terraform gun out, because when you started modifying stuff too much with the terraform gun, you ran into major performance issues. So yeah, it does look not as nice, but there's a reason for that, because you can do more with the terrain than you can in Planet Crafter. And oh yeah, I need to, let me just, nope, I was hoping it might keep going, but it did not. I need to make another miner because I got a sulfur spot over there. So let's see. All right, you know what? I've got supplies. So iron plate, iron rod, cement's outside, and I don't have any leftover gears. Okay, so that is something I probably go ahead and start making a bunch of. So sulfur, which I have not had to refine that yet. What was it? There was something else. I need sulfur for there, sulfur ore and sulfur ore. So I need the raw stuff, so I don't need to process it. So I also need to make sure I carry this. All right, yeah, just actually that's perfect. Well, it's perfect till I need a conveyor belt. Conveyor belt would be a problem. No. I mean, the problem is the higher quality you go on the design of the terrain, the more difficult it is for the game to run smoothly when you start terraforming it, you know, changing it. And, you know, I mean, you can go and make Minecraft look much better than the default does with the right texture packs, but you also need a lot more processing power to run it smoothly. It's just part of the aspect of you're going to be, you know, consuming more resources to maintain that visual integrity while you know, making your own custom changes to it. Having a statically designed map that doesn't change is a lot less resource intensive in the game. So it's kind of a pick and choose sort of scenario. And if you can go and figure out how to make it not be that case, go ahead. You know, you can start your own game and show how that can be done really well. But most cases, if you have really high quality texturing on the terrain, you're not going to be able to fully edit it, just because you're going to run into problems. I mean, it's even like Subnautica. It's not even the terrain. Once you start building past a certain point, the calculation on the pressure element for your structure starts to lag up, because I did that during Livestream where I was building from surface to inactive lava zone, and I'd be waiting 2 or 3 minutes to build one corridor because it was taking so long to recalculate. And you know, you do that in a spreadsheet or something, it goes much faster. So it's one of those things that, like, oh, that should be easily doable, but it comes down again to the game engine. Generally, the game engine is not being designed with that in mind. You're building it to run other calculations smoothly versus, you know, spreadsheet database type calculations. Guess I could do another fertilizer thing, or I need to do the area fertilizer. Filter and rotors. So I'm getting, okay, sulfur ore. That's why, so I can make a large number of filters now. And then rotors, rubber, I got that going over there. Cable, yeah, copper. I probably should go get some copper supplies. And then grab my rubber stuff on the way back. Is that, yep, go ahead and grab it there. Empyrean, I would say it's probably not much better, if you can even say it's better on the visuals as this. I mean, you look at that, considering even when it came out, the graphics were very lower quality compared to what other games of that style were doing. The selling point of Empyrean is the building versatility of what all you can do, and I think the bigger point is the workshop integration, because without the workshop integration, Empyrean would have probably died a horrible death during early access. That's why I think, you know, as much as going with Epic as an exclusive originally helped with Satisfactory, it's also the case of, well, you know, if they had done Steam instead and done a workshop integration right from the bat and tied that in with people being able to share designs, they maybe would have got even more sales and ultimately made more money and got a much higher popularity for the game, because they would have made it so much easier to share stuff, as opposed to adding the extra complication to, you know, have to go and share designs, the blueprints through that. They could have done it a lot more readily. Oh, that's do I have any more rubber belts? I want to just make, yes, let's just go ham on this, make a whole bunch of rotors. And Space Engineers, I know, is a destructible terrain part, but that is a very slow going game. The last time I played it, I can't remember if that was when they did full release or right before, but 3-hour stream and I got like 2 platforms and like a mining rig going. Like, it was just so slow, I couldn't do it. And then the scenario ones were just like, okay, there's just nothing to it. It looks better, but you know, there's a trade-off either way. Icarus, looks better. I can't remember how much you can change the terrain in Icarus, but you know, until they changed the playstyle where you could revisit a planet and not lose all your stuff, there was no point in building big, because as soon as you left, you lost all your stuff. You know. All right. Bunch of rotors. Good. Remember what was I was trying? I need all those plates for at the moment, but I got them. Antennas, I did a bunch of those. Ooh, there we go. Silica. I got a bunch of silica. Yeah. Let's go and make a bunch more circuit boards. By now, I should have had the tidal wave hit. So it seems that either I'm doing something right and keeping it from happening, or they definitely more randomized it compared to the demo. I don't think I ever got to the point where I could actually fly the ship, like was able to recharge the ship during the demo. Yeah, it's in there too. So, I guess let me get some sulfur. Since I've got that going. Oh yeah, high temperatures, great. Ouch. And there's a cave over there. Sure, it's gonna have some interesting stuff. But that's already full, so I'm going to take this. Way too much sulfur, actually. Oh, that's, you know what? I need to do that. I just need to go ahead and build me a little thing to collect all the cement. Down here, big storage for cement, so I can start building me a big platform over the water. Yeah. I guess that's gonna go there because I don't know what else to do with it for the moment. Let's see. You know, that's enough. I don't need like a huge, big storage thing. I just need enough that I can go and grab like, oh hey, look, you know, here's a monstrous amount of this, and I'll just go and start making a lot of roadway asphalt. And again, that really kind of bothers me that the stack does not mix and match. That definitely makes this very amateurish. And then I still gotta get the area fertilizer thing. Oh, wait for a second. Oh, yeah, because it placed on top. I'll do the Minecraft trick of, you know, you kind of crouch to the edge so you don't fall off. All right, I made a bunch of rotors. Now I need filters. What was the filters? So, that's right. That's sulfur. Let's take these. It's filling up fast. That will. I'm just gonna make like a long roadway. Let's do that. And oh, all right. So I need a lot more sulfur. Which game has the best building with survival elements? Well, it depends on the way you want to build. If you want space age type building, then, you know, Planet Crafter's good, Subnautica's good, Satisfactory, if you don't mind, you know, again, that comes down to kind of how you want to build. If you just want the building with survival, or do you want the factory management? Because, you know, Planet Crafter gives you automation without the factory management style of conveyor belts and interlinking stuff. Subnautica doesn't have that, but if you go find some of the FCS mods, you can do that. You know, if you can get go get on the FCS Patreon and get the current version for Subnautica 2.0. You know, it comes down to the style of play. You know, if you want more low tech, then, you know, the forest is good. Green Hell is good because that more realistic style, you can't carry just a ton of stuff in your pockets kind of thing. You know, Sons of the Forest, if you like that building style. I'm not a fan of that building style. Well, Subnautica 2.0 is Subnautica. It's just they rebuilt the code base to match that of Below Zero. Subnautica 2 has yet to even hit early access. But 2.0 is what it is when they switched the code base to match Below Zero and added in some of the buildables from Below Zero, such as the really big room and such as that, to the game, to the original game. And that's where the change in the code base broke all the mods prior to Subnautica 2.0. So if you're playing Subnautica, then you're playing 2.0 right now, unless you intentionally went in and set it to an older development branch. Okay, so I got plenty of filters now. Dump that in. Take some rotors. Dump that. Okay, so I need cement. Just got plenty of that going. I need some iron beams. Where's my beams? I don't have enough beams. Okay, so we're gonna make a ton of beams. Iron plate, iron rods. Oh. Oh, it's going. It's just, I was about to say, did it run out? Because that's going. That's going. The conveyor decided to stop or something, because this was like not filling up past a certain point. Valheim, I would have to look at some of the mods. I was not pleased with the way they handled some of the building basics in Valheim, such as the fact you have to have a workbench nearby, like within a certain range for you to be able to build. But, you know, you're converting a wood log into basically planks to build a foundation, but you're not actually, like in other games, you take the wood logs, you go to the workbench, you make planks, and then you go and use that somewhere to build. Instead, it was, I'm gonna take these wood logs, and then I'm gonna throw them over there, or have fairies carrying them over to the workbench, make the planks, bring them back, and then immediately construct the foundation. It was like a different approach compared to your standard game. Or like this, you know, I'm here, I'm building this crafting part, and then I go and build the design, the thing, rather than I have to have a I have to have the, you know, workbench. Like, if I'm over here, I'm too far from the workbench, so I have to build a new workbench just to keep building in this area. Like, that was one of the dumbest approaches I've seen in a game. So I cannot, unless they change that or there's a mod to fix that, I can't play Valheim. That bothered me way too much, because it's such a stupid choice. Okay, power usage and water usage. I see that, but what is it need? I mean, it's got a water input and then an input for something else. So what am I supposed to put it? Okay, organic. Oh, so it doesn't say it needs X amount of organics at a time. It needs something else. All right. Well, again, that should be something that was fixed earlier, rather than, you know, this far into development. Okay, bunch of iron plates again. Oh, you see, now if I got the game free on Epic, I'd probably have a better outlook on Valheim, but I paid for it and I definitely wasted my money on it. Again, my opinion, because I won't play that game again. It's just like Sons of the Forest. I wasted my money on it because I will not play that game again because I don't like the build system in it. It's like, why stray so far from what worked with the original game? Oh, you got Subnautica free? Well, you know, then you definitely got a good deal on that. Because that's definitely worth paying for. Okay, that's I know how I was doing this. I was thinking in reverse order of, okay, there's that. Here goes this. And then that leaves me, you know what, I got enough plates. Just gonna go ahead and do another one. Wish you could aim it higher. Yeah, that's part of the problem. Can I just build it and like not go that far out? Jeez. Okay, they at least, well, it's something. Nope, can't connect it in afterwards. Yeah, they could definitely take notes from Satisfactory too, because, oh, I can stack that, and if I do, then it covers up my other one, but I can't just have it, I can't just build it where it's going to work like that. But yeah, they definitely need to go and play Satisfactory a bit before they add another planet to this, because this definitely could be done much better. Probably about to get so low on oxygen, I can't survive, and I can't aim at that. What? Oh, okay. Yeah, I've got Subnautica way back on Steam, so I've never got it. I think I got it for free from Epic whenever that happened, but I already have it on Steam, so I wouldn't launch it from Epic if I, you know, for any other reason. Then I just decided on another device to put it on there so I could run 2 copies of the game at the same time, you know. But I don't know why I'd be playing 2 copies of Subnautica at the exact same time. Okay, maybe if I turn it just slightly. There we go. It's not enough water. Okay, there's that. And now I need to make this. And grab my glass. Yeah, that's the other thing for me. Like, that Satisfactory is one of those that, unless you are looking for a factory management game that the main focus is on the factory side of things, it's too over the top. You know, I've put a lot of time in on one save prior to the 1.0 release, and then finally started over for the full release, and just was like, you know what, I don't want to put in that much time and effort now. That was way too much time and effort trying to get this to where I wanted it to start with on the previous save, and now I gotta start over because of full release changes. It's just, you know, it was one of those, it's so difficult to kind of get something done. Like, there was times I spent as much time just trying to plan out a production facility, like the design, just the, not the visual look, the cosmetic, just trying to plan out the mining and the production, how everything was going to flow, the items per minute type thing. I spent as much time just planning that out, doing it in a notepad or a spreadsheet, to finally building the same thing, you know? Yeah, that's what wore me out. That's why it became too much like it was a job, doing that game. I just could not keep going on it. It's just too much. You know, I mean, granted, some people, that's what they want to do. They like that challenge type of thing. It's for them a mental thing. I got other games I can play that I don't feel like I'm wasting my time if I, you know, lose a bunch of progress. That was just could not do it. Could not keep going on that. Okay, so that should be doing the area fertilizer. Which means it should be getting greenier. That's the word, greenier. Not greener, greenier. And there it goes, 50% fertile. All right, iron. And iron, so 2 right here. This one I could build like a large asphalt structure right here, just kind of build it all out, and like, okay, here's iron, merging together, splitting. See, this is where it kind of, I wonder how far we're gonna have to go with this compared to like Satisfactory. At least we got a ship in this. That is kind of the nice touch. We've got something we can fly around, not just have to do everything on foot or on a building a big train system to get around. All right, see you, Jenny. Yeah, not even like necessarily trivia games. I mean, just, hey, do a Sudoku or something like that. Or you need the mental exercise, go and learn something, you know, pick a project or something you want to learn and just do that. You know, I don't need this kind of game to do that exercise. I could do much better with other stuff. You know what? Here's what I'm gonna do. Yes. All right. We are going to build way out. I'm going to use up the last of my concrete or cement, sorry, that I have at the moment. And I'm just going to do, I can get it. Again, this is kind of very like glitchy. Like that is could be done so much better than it is. Oh wow, look, now suddenly it's like I get far enough out from here that it works. And then I guess I was too close to the rest of the terrain for that to be a thing. Oh, no. And see, now it's back to it again. So it's something with that terrain spot. There's some terrain aspect that's making it so I can't go that far out now. So yeah, that's... See again, right there. Why is that? That's so inconsistent. I really would have thought this game would be further along than this in terms of polish by this point. There we go. See, you know, that's another one. No Man's Sky. You want mental game? No Man's Sky. Why? Because No Man's Sky makes you do math problems. Oh, look. Tree and grass. So the area fertilizer thing, trees and grass. Well, just say tree and grass spreader. You know, there's options there. You can make the name better. All right, I want to do another one of these. See if I can expand it out. Along the back there. I know I'll probably have enough iron beams. Oh, we're gonna let it go. Timmy, come back. Yeah, Aston Medica has a lot of potential. That's another one that I feel like is a good candidate in terms of the building, base building aspect. They came a long way from where they were in early access. They definitely have improved quite a bit from that point. Comes down to your playstyle. You know, that case you're building out in space versus here you're on a planet. And then, you know, one of the other ones, Space Trash Scavengers, the other one I was looking at, that's 50% off. That is the same thing as like 0G. You can flip up and around all sorts of different ways. That's another one. The graphics are lower, you know, detail, not so focused on a certain visual level of quality. But, you know, for me, it had just too much of that cartoonish kind of vibe to it, which is why I decided ultimately not to get it. Plus, Space Trash Scavenger is out of early access. It's complete, and there's a lot of reviews saying that they never really finished the game, which is why I didn't go for that one. There. All right, let's do another ship platform and see if it will actually let me land my ship. Also, I think I just noticed a new block. One there. Oh, and it refitted them together. Okay. So now I might have enough room for the ship to actually land. And then let's go and see here. We now have, it's not just ground, it's grassy ground. Even though the one on the right side didn't change. I mean, at least we do have like that kind of variety. We can go make that sort of stuff. And somehow I ended up with an extra block. Oh no, look, there was a block. Yeah, there's a block sticking out of the side, but it's not actually there. A weird rendering element there. Yeah, Planet Crafter was a team of 2, and then they expanded to 4 during early access at one point, and then they are now 6. You know, I'm still hoping we get another moon added to complement the toxicity planet, but you know, hey, again, that's a game that has continued development. They've continued giving us stuff to play. You know, yes, it's DLCs, but you know, hey, you can buy both DLCs for Planet Crafter for less money than you'll spend on the single DLC for Starfield, and you'll get way more game time out of it with Planet Crafter. You know, it's a no-brainer for me. You know, go play Planet Crafter. Timmy, yeah, he's on his dragon blankie. Astromedica, you know, say what you will, you know, team of one can do good things, just always comes down to at some point they've got to expand. Spaceborne 2 is another game I played around the time of, like, I think it was right before Starfield or right after Starfield. That supposedly, at least at that time, was a team of one. Now, the concern there was Spaceborne 2. A lot of people said Spaceborne 1 was released out of early access incomplete as well before they went on to Spaceborne 2, but they've continued developing on Spaceborne 2. They got a new update recently I saw about adding some more functionality to drones. So, yeah, quite a few games can be, you know, seen as, you know, you got one developer, and it's a case of the skill level of the developer, how much time they're willing to put in. Spaceborne 2, if it is really one developer doing it, then that's much more visually interesting than this game. It's much more expansive than this game. Much more expansive than Astromedica. But, again, that's where Spaceborne 1 was released without being fully completed, according to players. And that could be, you know, the case of you got one person working on it. That's a lot to try and do, and means they can burn out, or they get to the point where they can't do everything they are planning to do, so they have to call it done. That was Planet Nomads was a game I played very early off with the channel and did for a while, and that was another one that had workshop integration on Steam. So you could upload and share your designs, and that's one where I actually did upload and share designs. And it was a block building kind of thing too, where you could do that. But they started out as a Kickstarter, and they had all these promises while it was on Kickstarter, and then they slowly started taking back those things they said they were going to do, saying they just couldn't make it work. You know, and just one thing after another got stripped out of the game because they could not make it work. And like, all right, you know, you oversold it. I get that, you know, but, you know, ultimately we got an incomplete game, and, you know, the reviews reflect that. That's what happens. You know, if you go above and beyond what you actually can do, you're probably going to disappoint some people, and you know that's your game's going to be reviewed accordingly. Starfield's a good example. You oversold it and you under-delivered. I feel like I want to go over here, because I got plenty of power there. Let's do that. We're past the normal stopping point, but I figure it's the first stream of the year. We can go a little bit longer. How's my water purity? 75% pure. Guess I need another purifier over here. Unless that's combining with the other side over there. I gotta put one over on that side. Let's see. I want to do one of these. Okay. That means I need 2 pumps. So we're gonna get cement, and I'll probably go grab some more. I'll grab extra plate. I might grab that. Rotors. Yeah, okay. So that's 2 of those, no problem. Then I need iron beams. There we go. I'll just take extra plus 10 filters. So one of those. Okay, and then I need that. So I need 10 glass. Well, okay, perfect. 10 glass pane and 10 organic. Okay. So, yeah, treehouse. Oh, and you know what? Just in case. I don't want to run out of iron plates over there. I'm going to take some extra. 2-for-1 deal. We're going to see if I can park my spaceship on the larger platform when I get back. Also going to expand over here. Okay, so I'm going to start with the pumps. So yeah, I'm going to do it closer to the shore, like that. I just realized, did I bring what I... Yes, okay, iron plates. So put one there, and I'll put one here. That and that. Okay, I need the water production here. Yep, like this. And oh, okay, and then we're gonna do this. So conveyor and the water, and then that. Okay, 39 out of 90. This is separated enough from the other side. Let's see if this gets 75% pure. So either I have to have enough somewhere, or it's just it can't get to 100% pure. Guess that's certainly possible. It can't go that high, but okay, that is going to fertilize the ground. And I should see some nice plants, grassiness happening over here. Make it look a little greener before I, you know, move some operations over there. Yeah, these controls need to be redone. These are not very good ship controls. It actually does land on the platform this time. Let's see. Oh, and it is charging it. Good. Okay, so now I need... We'll do 2 more quick energy cells. So I can fly for longer. Granted, that is... Like, I'm flying a pretty good amount on that. There. That and refined cobalt. Oh, rubber. Don't make them look the same. You know, don't make the cobalt and the rubber look the same. Just because one's skinnier. Now, this is very much like SAS Factory, where at the beginning, you know, you're doing a lot of stuff manually, but you end up having kind of enough, you know, capability. You don't have to do a lot of fancy, like, oh, I got to make sure to get this built because I can't produce enough of this or that. You kind of are okay without having to, like, do some of the fancier stuff right at the beginning. At least I've always been okay with that, to give me time to get more of a grip on where I want to actually go and set up my stuff. There we go. 10 minutes of flight. I don't know if there's enough planet for 10 minutes of flight. But, okay. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do some thinking on this and decide how I kind of want to design some stuff. But yeah, I haven't had a tidal wave yet. Kind of make me wonder when that's gonna hit, because that's you know, I want to lose everything or anything really, but you know, I still haven't got to this stuff yet. All right, there we go. Yeah. Starfield is just underwhelming to me. Starfield, you know, combat wise, it's not terrible. I mean, there's better FPS, you know, gameplay and first person shooter games than Starfield. There's a lot of bugs with enemies in Starfield too, still. I mean, seeing them just get stuck in terrain constantly. But, you know, it's also a case of, you know, the base building is very restrictive. And there are, I mean, some very stupid choices with base building in that game. Like, I mean, did you not pay attention to other base building games? Did you not watch somebody else on their game or go play some other games with base building and say, this is good, this is how it should work, let's do the opposite? It's a very frustrating game to build in, for me, and very restrictive game to build in, again, for me. That was one of the things. I just got tired of trying to place something down a certain way, and it just, once again, did not want to fit the right way, did not want to go in there. Oh, no, you can't build that. You can't build it there. You can't attach that. It's just got to the point I was like, well, I guess I'm tired of trying to build in this game because it never wants to build the way I want it to build. Story-wise, you know, I mean, it's not a terrible story. There's far worse stories, but it's definitely a short-lived story. And again, one of the main things people complain about, and I get it, is the fact that there's literally missions where you get the mission as part of the story. It's go here, run this short distance, do this one little thing that takes you 30 seconds, and then go back. So it's fast travel to the solar system, fast travel to the planet, fast travel to the landing spot, walk a short distance, talk to somebody, adopt them into your group or whatever, or pick up this thing, and then run back, and then fast travel again. There are missions that literally took me 3 minutes to do an entire mission, going to another planet and then coming back, because it was majority fast travel. You know, that's where I think a lot of the complaints come from, is that was just not thought out very well. You know. Now the shipbuilding, you know, it's one of those things that I find also frustrating. It's not as bad as it could be. It's definitely not overly complicated. Like, Empyrean is far more complicated for shipbuilding and base building than Starfield, but you get a lot more capability and a lot more freedom with that complexity. So sometimes complexity is a good thing, sometimes it's a bad thing. I would rather have Empyrean style building for a game like Starfield than the way Starfield does it or No Man's Sky does it. I feel like those are, for the kind of game, is too restrictive. I think I want to take these out before they get destroyed, because I got plenty of power, and those are destroyable. Toss that in there. So, yeah, I'm gonna have to think on how I want to do this as far as building out structure. I think I'm gonna end up building over the lake because I can. Because I've got a road going out there of asphalt, so I can build over the lake. But look at the size of this. That small area, granted, it didn't take long to fly there, but that small area, flying to it, yeah, I still don't see why I need 10 minutes of flight, but, I mean, look, that's one planet versus we got 5 to go through. Let me see how this is doing on the charging. Fully charged. You know what? We'll do one more fly around. And, oh, okay. So if the precise control, it crashes. Okay. What the heck? Oh, yeah, it's inverted. Of course it is. So precise control is inverted from what, I'm used to in games. And a very minor shift causes you to just wobble. I'd rather stick with the not precise control. It actually works. We're gonna go over here. We're gonna go to this spot and then kind of well, turn a little bit. Go to that spot and then kind of cut back around this way. Pretty sure this is one of those like high radiation or something areas. The shipbuilding in No Man's Sky, it's kind of like Starfield. You kind of snap stuff. Now the Corvette is building that. If you're talking about that with the new Corvette ships, that's very much like building in No Man's Sky or in Starfield, and kind of how you assemble your ship. But I like the interior building better in No Man's Sky. Honestly, I think the Corvette implementation in No Man's Sky is better than shipbuilding in Starfield. It's much more polished feeling. But the regular starship building in No Man's Sky is still, that's closer to what Starfield does. I'd rather have it be better. But yeah, I think the regular ship building is kind of similar more to Starfield in certain aspects. But yes, the Corvette does seem like No Man's Sky took from it. And if you want to say they took from it, that's fine. To me, No Man's Sky is definitely better than Starfield in terms of the ship building. In terms of the Corvette, it's just easier to deal with and get some stuff swapped out. I know I've gone in there. I've literally tried to build something in Starfield following somebody's video on build this, put this here. And it's like, all you gotta do is make sure you do this mission so it unlocks this thing, and that's it. And then I get there and I do the mission, I unlock it, and I can only build one thing. I can't build more than that. And it doesn't tell me why I can't build more than that in Starfield. And there's nothing in the video showing why you can't build more than that. It just literally stops you. And I am not impressed with Starfield's approach to shipbuilding at all. But, granted, again, it is very similar to the Corvette building, but No Man's Sky, the Corvette building is definitely better. There are some things that are very similar to Starfield in the way they only position a certain way. And it means you are limited in how you build with them, but it's still a case of I'd pick No Man's Sky over Starfield any day. If you want a space game that feels like a space game, No Man's Sky absolutely trumps Starfield, because you're not doing constant loading screens where everything feels segmented off. You warp to a system, you fly to the planet, you go down on the planet, you fly around, you land. You're not doing loading screens except for warping into the system. Somehow No Man's Sky does it and Starfield can't. So Bethesda could not figure out what No Man's Sky team did I can't think of their name now. But yeah, it's like, okay, let's just make this game feel disjointed, even though this other studio has done this with their game. Sure it's charging. Yep. Okay. So, to me, that looks like it'd be a sand or sulfur area. Didn't go to the far south, but yeah. I mean, that was half of the flight time flying up kind of around this area, flying over here, flying back and along this way and over here. That was half of it. So yeah, maybe 10 minutes makes sense for that. That's definitely kind of a nice utility to have once you get going. I could build a remote site for mining, producing certain things, and then just be like, I'm gonna fly out there and grab it and load it up on the ship in my own inventory and come back here, you know? Hello Games, that's it, yeah. Oh, I don't know how I got into that search, but No Man's Sky, I wouldn't say they improved on Starfield's premise. The method they used to build the ships in Starfield, I know I've seen that in other games before, so it's not like Starfield did it first. I can't think of the game top of my head, but I know that's not the first time I've encountered that kind of piece swapping mechanic for building a vehicle in the game. No Man's Sky just implemented it better than Starfield, and No Man's Sky is also a space RPG type game. The one thing I say that Starfield has better than No Man's Sky is the combat. The gunplay combat is definitely just has a little bit more of a polished feel in Starfield if you're looking for like a first person shooter type of gameplay. But everything else, to me, Starfield or No Man's Sky has outdone Starfield. You know, there's that review I refer back to because it's one of the ones that it stood out for me best in terms of describing Starfield. Wide as an ocean, but only an inch deep. It makes it seem big, but there's really not that much to it. Whereas you go to No Man's Sky, and it is wide as an ocean, as deep as an ocean, and they've just added more and more and more over the years. I just see No Man's Sky has really held on and has really Hello Games turned it around. You know, they were such a low rating, not as low as Starfield got, but they were a pretty low rating. They're like 64% when they first came out in positive reviews. And you look at them now and they're high 90s, you know, upper 90s in most of the recent reviews, and they've climbed back up. And that's partly because Hello Games has just kept adding to it, help innovating, you know, on it. And even with the recent ones, like Parvit, the Corvette, did not come as a thing of like, oh, hey, we're doing this for No Man's Sky. That is built off of the back end they're doing for the new game, Light No Fire. Several of the new updates for No Man's Sky have only come because it's basically a live playtest for the next game. They're developing it for Light No Fire, and they're basically backporting it into No Man's Sky to test with it in No Man's Sky. So it's still a case of you're getting extra stuff beyond when they said we're done with No Man's Sky. That's the last big update. They're still giving us stuff because it's going into the next game, which is one I'm definitely looking forward to. I think they learned their lesson from what happened with No Man's Sky. The story is, you know, easy to follow in No Man's Sky, and that's the other thing is you've got plenty of stuff to do. There's honestly, if I had not played No Man's Sky in a while and I was starting a new game and wanted to go and just cover everything, there is way too much to cover. I mean, there's so many things you can do, so much you can go and do. Even with the game save I have now, as much time as I've got in it, I still have plenty I have not done in that save that I could go and work on if I felt like it. It is a very in-depth game now with a lot of capabilities, lot of little side things to focus on. There's just so much available in that game from where it was originally. I mean, the fact that you also have the expeditions that keep adding extra stuff. There you go. But yeah, it's still one of those games they just continue to really polish it up and add more to it. Hey, Registernet. Yeah. You know, story-wise, it comes down to personal preference. Like, you know, you mentioned Below Zero earlier. And honestly, the Below Zero story we got in the end is still better than the original story we had in early access. Because the original story was really no bueno. And while the newer one is not great, it's still better than what we had during early access. I would still very much pick the current story, but they could have done better. And granted, I remember seeing when they said they were going to redo the story, it was because they hired in somebody that was involved with the Assassin's Creed franchise, which I never played Assassin's Creed. It's just, you know, did not appeal to me, did not fit my style of gameplay, because I much prefer just this kind of thing. You know, the creativity. But Assassin's Creed, I watched the movie. And as I'm watching the movie, I'm like, what 10-year-old came up with this idea? It's kind of the thought I had on the story with Assassin's Creed. What 10-year-old imagined this? Because that's kind of how it feels. There's so many different, like, there's just so much flawed with the story aspect that it just feels like some child came up with it, ultimately. Current sale price. Are you talking about No Man's Sky? I think I remember seeing No Man's Sky was on an even bigger discount. Usually it would be a 50% discount, but I guess because they are officially done with it, it's, yes, 60% off, $24. I would say is absolutely worth it. You're going to get a better experience than Starfield with so much more to do. And, okay, positive overall. Since release is 81% positive, but you gotta remember that is partly because they had such bad reviews to start with, and there's a lot of people that never go back and redo their reviews for games, so they say it's negative, and then they'll play the game again and never change it, even though they still had it negative. But you look at recent reviews, 89% positive on it. Let's go Starfield is sitting at a whopping 57% positive of all time, and a recent review positive 57%. That's an improvement because it was worse at one point. So yeah, $24, you're gonna get a better experience with No Man's Sky. No Man's Sky honestly is closing into that point where I say it's worth the full price they put it for. But I have always said that if you could get it at 50% off, that was a good price point. You know, was it Star Wars Jedi Survivor, I think is the new one, the second one. That flopped miserably. Performance issues they have not fixed. Just all sorts of things wrong with it. And instead of fixing it, they try to get more sales by dropping the price drastically. That came out not too long. It's like a less than a year before Starfield, and it's the same price. Yes, Star Wars Jedi Survivor came out April 27th, 2023, and normal price is $70. Currently on sale, 85% off. That's $10.50 or 49 cents. I've seen it for cheaper than that. At one point, they had it for like $10 on one of the sales. And it apparently is getting some better reviews now, but it's not great. And that was April 27th, 2023. September 5th, 2023, Starfield came out. And Jedi Survivor has a matching price tag, and is overall, of all-time reviews for English at least, 68% positive. So it's been rated better. It was the exact same price when it came out, but had got better reviews, and yet they saw the need to drop the price so much just to try to boost their sales because they were getting such bad reviews. I don't know how Starfield has not been sold for like a $10 price point yet. I don't know how they have not justified dropping the price to $10 at this point, because they absolutely should have. Because you look at, I mean, granted, Star Wars Jedi Survivor is a different style of game. It's first person, Dark Souls type game, but it's still a case of you look at your competitors, you look at similar games, you know, you want to look at games that are doing something like yours. When you see games, same price point, came out just a few months before, and they're struggling to get sales and good reviews, so they drop the price 85%. You probably should be looking at doing the same thing. So, again, $25 for No Man's Sky, you were getting a deal. I mean, it's not as directly story driven as Starfield, you could say, is. To me, Starfield is definitely very, very story driven. Because it got very boring quickly not following the story. But No Man's Sky, I mean, I think my current save, I did not finish the story. I haven't even done most of it. And I've got probably at least 100 hours in that one save. Probably more than that. I can't remember. I'd have to look. But I've got over 100 hours in one save, and I haven't even touched most of the storyline, because there's so many other side stories and quests to do, so many other mechanics to explore. So if you're just looking for story, you know, I'd say they're probably close to on par. You're not going to fast travel half of the story and finish it by mostly fast traveling. You are going to have to put in some more effort than Starfield, but you know, there's so much more beyond the story in No Man's Sky compared to Starfield, in my opinion. So yeah, if you're looking for something like that, that's where I would say you're gonna do much better with No Man's Sky than Starfield. And we are coming up on 4 hours. I think we're gonna have to go ahead and start wrapping up. Timmy, come here. Come on, come back here. He abandoned his post. Timmy, come here. Come here. Come here. Come on. Come on. Come here. Gotta say goodbye. Come here. Come here. Oh, don't you give me that look. Come here. Come here. Come on. Come on. Come on. Don't make me get you. Come here. That's right. Come on. He's like inching closer, like I'm afraid. He knows I'm gonna pick him up. Come here. No, don't you say that. No. Oh, gotcha. That's what happens. You don't come over when you're supposed to. I gotta pick you up. You turn your nose up at everybody. Gah. Yes, No Man's Sky. As I said, you know, that's the biggest comparison I can say for No Man's Sky versus Starfield. Starfield, and this was, you know, what happened to, you know, in some cases, I know there's planets you got to go to, and you go through the customs, they scan your ship, and then the next time you go back, you don't have to go through that. So it'd be like going to New Atlantis. You could fast travel all the way to the lodge, or whatever it's called, in one go, one loading screen, and then another time it'll be, oh, you can fast travel to the orbit of Earth, or whatever it's called in there. Then you get scanned, then you can fast travel down to New Atlantis. That's not the way No Man's Sky is. No Man's Sky is your fast travel, the loading screen part is when you warp from one system to another. So you're like, you go to your galactic map, okay, I'm gonna warp here, warp, you know, it shows that. You get this little screen showing it, and then boom, you're there. It's faster, I think, overall than Starfield in terms of how fast you travel from one point to another. And then from that point, you're in that star system. You see, oh, hey, there's a planet there. I'm going to go to that planet. And you pulse drive, which is, you know, like a fast drive, but it's not cut screen kind of, you know, fast travel. You're going to watch as you fly to the planet. And sometimes it can be like a minute or two while you're flying to the planet, which is why the Corvettes are nice, because with the Corvettes, you can actually have it autopilot. So you actually get out of your seat. You can walk around your ship, do stuff while it is traveling for you to that planet or to that space station. But you fly to the planet. You're outside the planet's orbit. You fly down through the atmosphere into the planet's atmosphere. You're flying along, looking around. You say, hey, I want to land here. You land. At no point in No Man's Sky are you going to have a cut screen, loading screen for that. It is going to be one fluid, smooth experience all the way through versus Starfield. Also, a thing with Starfield is when you land in a grid. You got this one block of the planet that you get to explore, and you can't go past the edge of that. No Man's Sky, you land, you can walk from one side of the planet all the way back around. And there are people who've done this, where they literally on foot walked all the way around the planet just to say they did it. You can do that in No Man's Sky. There's not going to be a loading screen. You're not going to get to the point where it's like, oh, you got to get in your ship and move. It literally is far more immersive as far as the playing part of it than Starfield. You know, you're not going to have all those load screens breaking up the gameplay, which is another reason why I say it wins out hands down, no question, against Starfield, because you don't have to worry about that. That's the big thing. You don't, you know, even Fallout 4, Fallout 3, New Vegas, none of those had as many loading screens as you encounter with Starfield. And No Man's Sky is like there's almost no loading screens, because unless you're warping from one star system to another, which you sometimes have to do, you'll warp, you get in that system. If there's not a ship battle you get stuck in, then you choose to warp to the next one. And that's the only time you're going to see a bunch of loading screens stacked, is you're going from one star system to another. But you don't have to go like one by one by one. If your warp drive allows it, once you upgrade, you can warp long distances. You get a capital ship that can launch even further. And of course, you got teleporters. So you can literally build a teleporter on your capital ship and a teleporter in your base, and you can teleport between them. So you teleport, boom, you're right there. Hey, I'm on my ship. Teleport, boom, I'm here on my planet. You get slight load screen on that too, but you don't have to go through the whole getting your ship. That's a load screen. Let's go into orbit. Then you're in orbit. Now you gotta warp to this system. That's the load screen. Okay, now you gotta land on this planet. That's the load screen. Now you get out of your ship and you gotta fast travel to here. That's the load screen. It's a much smoother experience in No Man's Sky than Starfield, which is why I'll tell you. Let's see. Planet Crafter, I have 464 hours in right now. Wow. Surprisingly, I've actually got more hours in Ark Survival now, original Ark Survival. No Man's Sky, I've got 627 hours in it. So 627 hours in No Man's Sky. I did not even make it to 100 hours in Starfield, and that was struggling to make it to 100 hours, and I just finally gave up. I got 97.3 hours before I just said I can't do it anymore. It was just too dull and too frustrating on what would be interesting for me. So yeah, No Man's Sky for $25 is a deal, especially for what you get, considering you've got basically, I would say, 6 DLCs worth of content added to the game at no charge now. So and when I say DLC, I don't mean like, oh, it's just a few more planets. It's what they added, well, the Corvettes, whole stuff. You got custom capital ships. You got the Sentinels set up with the Sentinel ships. You got the living ships added with that whole quest line. I mean, there's, yeah, the main story, and then you've got side stories that are almost as involved as the main story through the whole game to add more stuff. You got the relic one, I think is the relic that's got the special staff weapons. You can get that, all sorts of stuff. 1,553 hours pre-Aquatica. I would say I've got you beat on one, but I know most of my hours did not get counted because that was before I linked it with Steam. But Warframe that I was playing when I first started the channel, I was already like over 1,000 hours in that game before I added it on Steam. And I have got, if I get it to show me, 494 hours in that. So I've got about probably as many hours in Warframe as you have in Ark Survival. And I haven't played that in 5 years. Oh, 5.5 years. Let's see, Subnautica. 688 hours in Subnautica and 385 hours in Below Zero. So I now have more hours in Planet Crafter than Below Zero. I think what was, oh, I got you beat. I got you beat. I got one. My most played game. And I'll tell you why I've got so many hours in this. Bitburner. I have 10,171 hours in that game. 10,171 hours in a game called Bitburner. And the reason for that is it's an idle game. That the whole theme is you learn programming. You literally, you start the game by typing a command and go to like connect server name, and then you type hack.exe. You do all these things by command, but you start to learn real JavaScript and you start writing your own scripts. So I actually have scripts that run like 80% of the game, 85% of the game for me. There's a few things I have to go in and still click here and there. And right now I'm letting it run on what's called the recursion. So every time you play this one node, it gets harder. The stats change, so it becomes harder, takes longer. So I think I'm now up to like a week and a half per run just to complete the node. So basically it runs in the background while I'm at work. So I'll get 8 hours a day typically on it just because it's running in the background, which is why I partly have so many hours. And at one point when I was a lot more involved in it, writing the scripts, it was running, you know, I'd let it run on my laptop, just letting it sit there, run overnight. So I'd get 24, 48 hours in it like that, no problem. So it all comes down to the fact it's an idle game, so you get bonus from it running. And, you know, the fact is that you write code to make it run for itself. And it's also, FYI, free to play. If you ever wanted to get into learning some programming, Bitburner is a great way to start. It's free to play. And it is a 95% positive rating overall with a 96% positive rating recent reviews. But it is a text-based game. You're not going to see a bunch of fancy visuals. It's all text-based type graphics. I mean, it is point and click for certain things, but you're coding. It's hacking style of gameplay. But it's free. And again, that's called Bitburner. Let me I'll post that here for anybody that wants to try it, because I think it is a great game, as I've got 10,000 hours in it. But it's also a case of, you know, it's one little thing. It's fun. You can learn to write some actual JavaScript code with some customizations for the game itself. But, you know, you can start off simple and then get really complex. There are people who have literally written it to where they have something that runs in the background and basically manages the game fully for them. and they don't touch it again, which I don't want to get to that point, because, you know, it's like you get everything done in Satisfactory. You get it set up where everything is maxed out. You can't unlock anything else. You can't build anything else. You got it all optimized. There's nothing else to do. So I have it running the way it is now, and I'm satisfied with that. But yeah, it's a free-to-play game if you want to check it out. So I linked it there. Worst case, you decide you don't like it, you uninstall it. And it's a small install. But yeah, that's like my biggest game, because I've got it sitting there running all the time while I'm at work, just to do stuff for me automatically. It's kind of why I like the automation games, especially the programming capable games like Mechanica, the one I played before. That was, you know, different style of programming, but still programming where you could really customize and tweak and get creative with how you did things in that game. And I liked that kind of game. That's the mental work kind of game I want to do, is where it's like figuring out a way to make it do something more interesting rather than figuring out how to make it as efficient as possible, like the way Satisfactory is. So, but Timmy has abandoned me completely. He's not even in the room anymore. So I'm sure he's probably waiting outside the room for me to take him out. So we've been going 4 hours now. It's time for him to go pee. So we're going to call it for today. But yeah, thanks for hanging out, everybody. Good first live stream of the year. We'll do this again next week. Same Eden Crafter game. And then again this week, Tuesday, we get the release of Star Rupture. So again, that is one I'm looking forward to. Let me go ahead and get that. I'll pin that too, in case you want to go and put it on your early access or your wish list. But that comes out Tuesday from Creepy Jar, the ones that made Green Hell. And I hope that they've got some of the performance issues fixed since the playtest. Otherwise, they may be getting some bad reviews right off the bat. But yeah, that's a more similar Satisfactory type of game. So I think we're going to do that. That might end up becoming a live stream game eventually, but right now I want to start with just easing in with videos on it. But you too, thanks for no problem. Always good to talk and discuss gameplay stuff on here. And thank you, BT and Felonious. We will see you all next weekend. Go enjoy the rest of your day, rest of your weekend, and be safe this week. Have a good one.